already have arrived. I request everyone to kindly settle down. We'll start the program in a minute. Sir, shall I start, sir? A very good morning to all of you. To begin with the inaugural ceremony, may I start with inviting our honorable dignitaries onto the dais. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Malay Kumar Pradhan sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler Safety, Government of Odisha. Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra sir, Deputy Director, Factory and Boiler, Angul Division, Government of Odisha. Sri Manoj Kumar Mishra sir, Assistant Director, Factory and Boiler, Angul Zone 1, Government of Odisha. Sri Madhav Chandra Malik sir, Assistant Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 2. Sri Ajay Singh Yadav sir, Chief General Manager, Head of Project, NTPC Talcher KANIHA. Dr. Tapan Kumar Roy sir, General Manager, Operation and Fuel Management. Sri Samarpita Devasi sir, GM Projects, NTPC Talcher KANIHA. I request our AGM Safety, Sri Harichand sir, to accompany our dignitaries to the stage. I request all the dignitaries to kindly come onto the stage, sir. I request everyone to give a big round of applause in welcoming our dignitaries onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our program this morning, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all our dignitaries on the stage. A very warm welcome to all of you, sir. Respected Chief Guest of the day, Sri Indramani Tripathi sir, IAS, Director of Factories and Boiler, Government of Odisha. Sir will be joining through virtual mode. Dr. Malay Kumar Pradhan sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler, Safety Headquarters, Government of Odisha. Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra sir, Deputy Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Division. Sri Manoj Kumar Misra sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 1. Sri Madhav Chandra Malik sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 2. Sri Biswajit Panigre sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Dhenkanal. Sri Ajay Singh Yadav sir, Chief General Manager, HOP NTPC Talcher KANIHA. Dr. Tapan Kumar Roy sir, GM Operation and Fail Management, NTPC Talcher KANIHA. Sri Samarpita Devasi sir, GM Projects, NTPC Talcher KANIHA. Invited delegates from different organizations, technical session chairpersons, presenters, senior executives of NTPC, ladies and gentlemen. Adar, Abhinandan, Abhar. A very good morning to all of you. A very warm welcome to this absolutely wonderful, beautiful and auspicious day that brings together so many special people like you. A warm welcome to state level workshop on leadership excellence in power plant safety, preventing catastrophic events through risk-based management, in collaboration with State Labour Institute, Odisha, supported by NTPC Talcher KANIHA. It's an honor for Team Talcher KANIHA to be a part of this workshop. We are very grateful to Directorate of Factories and Boiler for giving us this opportunity, sir. Now I would like to request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, CGM HOP Talcher KANIHA, to welcome Dr. Malek Kumar Pradhan, sir, Deputy Director Factories and Boiler Safety, with a sapling pot and Angavastra. Thank you very much, sir. I once again request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, HOP Talcher KANIHA, to welcome Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, Deputy Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Division, with a sapling pot and a Angavastra. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Tapan Kumar Ray, sir, GM Operation and FM, to welcome Sri Manoj Kumar Misra, sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 1, with a sapling and a Angavastra. Thank you, sir. Our chief guest, Sri Indramani Tripathi, sir, IAS, Director of Factories and Boiler, Government of Odisha, has just joined through virtual mode. Sir, we welcome you to this program, sir. It's an honor to have you with us today in this program, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Shall I continue with the program, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir. Now I request Sri Tapan Kumar Roy, sir, to welcome Sri Madhav Chandra Malik, sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 2, with a sapling and a Angavastra. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Samarpita Devasi, sir, GM Projects, to welcome Sri Biswajit Panigre, sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, Dhenkanal, with a sapling pot and Angavastra. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Alek Kumar Behra, sir, Additional General Manager, Fuel Management, to welcome our HOP Talcher KANIHA, Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, with a sapling pot and a Angavastra. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Sri Navneet sir, Head of HR, Talcher KANIHA, to welcome Dr. Tapan Kumar Ray sir, General Manager, Fuel Management or Operation, with a sapling pot and a Angavastra. Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri S. Dasu, AGM BMD, to welcome Sri Samarpita Devasi sir, GM Projects, NTPC Talcher KANIHA, with a sapling pot and a Angavastra. Thank you very much, sir. Before I proceed, let me take the opportunity to speak a few words about NTPC. After its inception in 1975 with an aim to accelerate power development in India, NTPC has grown into the biggest power generator in the country, having installed capacity of more than 91 gigawatt at present. From the fossil fuel-based power plant portfolio, it has also ventured into hydro and renewable energy sources. NTPC has been adjudged one of the most efficient utility in terms of capacity utilization. This achievement is the result of best practices followed by NTPC in its own O&M areas, especially safety. NTPC believes in people before PLF. Zero harm in workplace is always been our focus. Working in the era of industrialization, safety has played a great role. Safety is playing a great role, and I am sure it will play a vital role in the future times for every industry. This workshop will work as a catalyst for knowledge sharing and experience sharing so that we remain a learning professional. Today is a great day, a day of interaction, discussion, most importantly, a day of learning and sharing. Gandhiji once said, "It is a quality of work that will please the God, not the quantity." Now the lighting the lamp ceremony. The light is an indication of divine and wisdom. Light and brightness has always been equated with positivity and harbinger of good. With this auspicious note, let's start the lighting the lamp ceremony as a mark of beginning of today's program. To do the honor, we have the esteemed gathering amongst us. May I please request the dignitaries to join us for the ceremony. Sir.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्
Thank you, sir. It's a tradition of NTPC to start all function with NTPC Geet. I request all to rise and join for the NTPC Gate.
अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम छाए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में प्रांत प्रांत में, नगर नगर में, गांव गांव में, डगर डगर में, भारत माता के घर घर में नित अभिनव प्रकाश पहुंचाए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में महाशक्ति की पावन धारा कर दे सिंचित देश हमारा, सदा यही संकल्प हमारा, किरण किरण से पुंज बनाए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम छाए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए, शक्ति निगम बनकर हम आए। अंधकार की घोर निशा में ज्योति किरण बनकर हम छाए।
Thank you, everyone. Now I request Sri Manoj Kumar Misra sir, Assistant Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 1, to present the welcome address, sir. Sir.
ओं श्री गणेशाय नमः। ओं सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मां विद्विषावहै। ओं शांति शांति शांति। May the Almighty protect us together, nourish us together, strengthen us to work collectively with excellence, illuminate our intellect and bless us with harmony and peace. Respected Director of Factories and Boilers, esteemed Deputy Director of Factory and Boiler Safety, Deputy Director of Factory and Boiler Angul Division, my colleagues, Assistant Director of Factory and Boilers Dhenkanal Zone and Angul Zone 2, Plant Head, GM Operation, GM Project of NTPC KANIHA, distinguished dignitaries of the dais, eminent chairpersons, resource persons, esteemed participants from the industries, representatives from SLI, friends from print and electronic media, and ladies and gentlemen. A very pleasant morning to one and all. Namaskar. It is my proud privilege to extend a warm and cordial welcome to you all on behalf of the Directorate of Factories and Boilers Odisha for this state-level workshop on leadership excellence in power plant safety, preventing catastrophic events through risk-based management. This important workshop brings together leaders, technical experts, and safety professionals to share knowledge and strengthen our collective commitment to safety excellence in power plant operations and maintenance. The Bhagavad Gita profoundly reminds us, Yoga Karmasu Kausalam, which means excellence in action is yoga. In the industrial world, excellence is not confined to productivity or profitability. It manifests most nobly in the unwavering commitment to safety, vigilance and responsible leadership. Every well-executed safety protocol, every carefully assessed risk and every hazard prevented reflects this eternal principle of excellence in action. At this auspicious moment, I deem it my proud privilege to extend our warmest and most respectful welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Indramani Tripathi Sir, IAS Director of Factories and Boilers Odisha, cum Labour Commissioner Odisha, and Director SLI, whose presence adds luster and elegance to the entire assemblage. He is not an individual but an institution in himself. He has carved a niche and created an indelible mark in his field. Despite his demanding travel schedule, he has graciously made time to join us virtually today. It shows his dedication to making the factories in our state safe and free from accidents. I am sure all of us shall immensely benefit from the non-periodic words of erudition. Welcome, sir. I extend a cordial welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Malay Kumar Pradhan, Deputy Director Factory and Boiler Safety Headquarters. He is not only the ideal mentor, but a true friend, philosopher, and guide to all of us who has taken us to the new heights. His vast experience and valuable guidance in advancing occupational safety and health will guide our industries to achieve the Vision Zero, that is, creating an incident and accident-free working environment. Welcome, sir. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behera, Deputy Director, Factory and Boiler, Angulo Division, who is the Chief Architect and pivot of this program. This state-level workshop shall set the new benchmark for a series of resourceful and illuminating discourses. It will provide a sense of direction and much food for thought. I would like to welcome my colleagues, Sri Vishwajit Panigrahi, ADFB Dhenkanal Zone, and Sri Madhav Malik, ADFB Anugul Zone 2, whose presence will inspire all of us. A very warm welcome to Sri Ajok Singh Yadav, Plant Head, NTPC Limited, KANIHA. Sir, we sincerely thank you and the entire NTPC family for hosting this important workshop and your continued support in promoting excellence in power plant safety. I would like to welcome Dr. Tapan Kumar Rai, GM O&FM, and Sri Samaptita Devan, GM Projects, whose presence will inspire all of us. We extend our sincere welcome to all chairpersons and distinguished resource persons whose expertise and practical insights will undoubtedly illuminate our understanding of risk-based management and leadership excellence. I warmly welcome representatives from the State Level Institute, distinguished representatives, experts, safety professionals from industries, participants from various power plants, factories, and every delegate who has joined today. Your presence enriches this workshop and demonstrates our collective resolve to create safer workplaces, strengthen leadership, and safeguard lives through effective risk management. Sagat Swadwang Sampadhatwang Sangbo Manasi Janatam. In Rigveda it is written, work together, think together, let your minds move in harmony. This timeless Vedic exhortation beautifully encapsulates the essence of today's workshop. Safety is never the responsibility of an individual. It is the collective conscience of an organization. Leadership is not measured merely by authority, but by the ability to unite people towards a common purpose, that is, the preservation of human life. India's power sector is expanding rapidly to meet the nation's growing energy demands. Alongside this growth comes an equally important responsibility to ensure that every megawatt generated is supported by uncompromising standards of safety. In recent years, India has witnessed several serious industrial and power sector incidents, including boiler explosions, turbine fires, steam leaks, electrical failures, and accidents during maintenance activities. The tragic boiler explosion at a thermal power plant in Chhattisgarh earlier this year, along with other recent fire and explosion incidents in power generation facilities, reminds us that a single lapse in risk management can result in the loss of precious lives, disruption of operations, environmental damage, and a loss of public confidence. These incidents reinforce a simple but powerful truth. Most catastrophic accidents do not occur because of one major failure. They result from a series of small warning signs that got unnoticed, overlooked hazards, and unsafe practices. The renowned safety pioneer Frank E. Bott Jr. observed, accidents are not caused, they are permitted. No industrial achievement, however remarkable, can justify the loss of even a single precious life. The true measure of a progress lies not merely in megawatts we generated or machines commissioned, but in ensuring that every worker returns home safely at the end of the day. As the saying goes, safety is not an expense, it is an investment in people, productivity, and the future. Today's workshop is therefore both timely and significant. It provides an invaluable platform where regulators, industry leaders, safety professionals, and technical experts shall engage in meaningful deliberations, exchange best practices, and collectively strengthen Odisha's safety ecosystem. Once again, on behalf of the Directorate of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, I extend my heartfelt welcome to each one of you. I wish the workshop great success and hope that your participation will be both enriching and inspiring. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. HOP Darlipalli, Sri Fayez Taib sir also joined through our virtual mode. Sir, we welcome you to this program, sir.
Good morning. Thank you.
Sir, now I request our chief guest of the day, Sri Indramani Tripathi sir, IAS, Director Factories and Boiler, who is connected with us virtually to address the audience, sir. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone present in today's state level workshop at KANIHA. At the outset, I sincerely thank Sri Ajay Singh Yadav ji, Plant Head NTPC, for giving us this opportunity to organize this state level workshop at KANIHA. I also sincerely thank his team members for facilitating everything for this state level workshop. I sincerely thank my dear colleague Malaya Sahu, who has taken all the pain for organizing this sort of events in different part of the state to bring more and more people make aware about the safety aspects of different type of industrial sectors. Ramesh Babu, who is the Deputy Director of On-Call Division, and his team, including Manoj Babu, Madhav Babu, and Vishwajit Babu, all who have taken all pain to organize this event. I sincerely thank all of them. I sincerely thank all the industrial houses, those who have sponsored a lot of participants to this workshop. As you know, safety is not only a concern of the Director of Factory and Boiler or the State Labor Institute or the Labor and ESC Department. It is a concern for everybody. A safe organization is built by leaders who believe that safety is not a cost but an investment, not a department but a core organizational value. Over the years, we have seen that a lot of steps are being taken by different organizations in keeping the safety aspect in their main focus. Because of that only, we are in a position to reduce our accident rates considerably in the state. But whatever has happened is not that satisfactory. We need to achieve zero accident in our upcoming endeavors. That should be our priority. So for that purpose, we are organizing series of training programs in different at the state level as well as in the different fields with support of the different big industrial houses and our friends, those who are concerned, those who have genuine concern for the safety. As you know, one of the most important things is that with the change of technology, we need to adopt more and more technology so far safety is concerned. First thing is the artificial intelligence, which is taking place, which is going a sea change in the recent years, and future also is going to have a tremendous impact on all the aspects. So for that purpose, we need to give importance to artificial intelligence so that we can have predictive analytics for the upcoming any sort of incidents. Similarly, we can go for drone inspection, thermal imaging, and real-time process monitoring about the situation of a factory. However, as you know, technology alone cannot create a safe workplace. Culture remains the strongest defense against catastrophic events. A positive safety culture is characterized by trust, transparency, accountability, teamwork, and continuous learning helps in reducing accidents. Employees should feel empowered to stop unsafe work without fear of punishment. Open reporting of hazards should be encouraged rather than discouraged. The world's safest organizations are those where every worker returns home safely every day because safety is everyone's responsibility. Emergency preparedness is another critical pillar of leadership excellence. Regular mock drill, interagency coordination, emergency response plans, disaster recovery mechanism, and business continuity planning ensure organizational resilience when unexpected situation happens. Dear friends, on behalf of the Director of Factory and Boiler as well as the State Labor Institute, I always feel that we should not be complacent while we work for the safety aspects of any industry. In India, we have a robust legal framework governing occupational safety, including Occupational Safety, Health and Working Condition Code, which has been recently implemented by the state government. Similarly, the Boiler Act, relevant regulations, and other various technical standards are a guiding factor for us in our future endeavor. As regulator, industrial leaders, engineers, and safety professionals, we share a collective responsibility to move beyond compliance and build organizations where safety becomes a deeply embedded organizational value. Our ultimate objective, not merely by zero accident, but zero catastrophic risk. This requires continuous vigilance, effective governance, strong technical competence, investment in modern technologies, employees' participations, and above all, unwavering leadership commitment. Let us remember, every accident prevented represents a life protected. Every hazard eliminated represents a family kept safe. Every safe decision strengthens our nation's progress. Before I conclude, I would like to emphasize that excellence safety is not achieved by chance, it is achieved through vision, discipline, integrity, and leadership. Let us please cultivate an organization where safety is not driven by fear of penalties, but inspired by commitment to human dignity and professional excellence. Together, let us build power plants that are not only efficient and productive, but also safe, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you all for joining. Also, once again, I, on behalf of the Director of Factories and Boilers, as well as the State Labour Institute, thanks to the NTPC authorities for their wholehearted support for organizing this state level workshop at KANIHA. I sincerely thank their team for their commitment in such endeavor. Thank you all. Again, I am really sorry for not able to attend the program physically as NTPC because of some prior commitment to leave headquarters. For that, I sincerely apologize to the NTPS authorities as well as to all my friends present there. I wish the program a great success, and I wish all the participants to take best out of this program, because this set of programs will certainly benefit them in protecting the interest of their self as well as their industry. Thank you thank you all present there once again, and wish you all a good training day that is on the safety aspects here at KANIHA. Thank you. Vande Utkal Jani. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your inspiring and encouraging words and giving different aspects of safety, how power plant can be operated with the help of technology, how technology can be used for the safety of a power plant. Sir, with this word, thank you very much. Even if you have a very busy schedule, still you have given us time. It is our honor to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Directorate of Factories and Boiler has prepared a small souvenir containing a collection of important safety topics for every power plant power professionals. Sir, I request our Director Factories and Boiler, Sri Indramani Tripathi sir, IAS, to release the souvenir on this occasion, sir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for this release of souvenir, sir.
Hello.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity virtually to join with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul Division, to give the perspective of this workshop. Sir.
Good morning, respected Chief Guest, Director of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, Labor Commissioner, and Director SLI, esteemed Deputy Director of Factories and Boilers Safety, HOP Sri Ajay Singh Yadav ji, GM Technical, and GM projects, my colleagues Manoj, Vishwajit and Madhav, distinguished resource persons, uh, invitees from plant and electronics media, fellow participants. We had this workshop yesterday at GMR Kamalang Energy Limited for the districts of Dhenkanal and a part of Odisha. Against 120 participants expected, there were more than 170 participants, and it was a huge success. And today we are again organizing this seminar here from the platform of NTPC, which is having the maximum install capacity, that is about 3010 megawatt power generations. After a long time, a seminar of this kind has been conceived by Directorate of Factories and Boilers, because power plants are so important. Power is so important to our life that, you know, if you do not have food for some time, that's okay. But if the power is cut off for a few minutes also, then there is something's happening inside us, that power kab aayega. Why this seminar has been conducted at Anugul and Dhenkanal? The reason is, yesterday I was also sharing that about 60% of the installed capacity of entire Odisha is located in Angul and Dhenkanal districts. And in a power plant, though the history has been that, you know, we have been comparatively very safe in the operations from accidents point of view, but all kinds of hazards are available here, prevalent in these manufacturing power sectors, whether it is physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazards. So it is necessary that we deliberate, discuss, brainstorm, and prepare guidelines how to make power plants safe. Because in power plants, accidents do not happen, but whenever it takes place, the losses are going to be of immense proportions. We have seen in some of the accidents occurred in past. Friends, today we are going to have various sessions on power plant safety, safety in plant operations, design and commissioning of high pressure boilers, the technology in CABC boilers, challenges in operation and maintenance of high pressure boilers, operation and maintenance and upgradation of APC equipments to meet current emission standards. These topics have been very carefully, you know, planned out to give a sense of what actually, how important it is and how technology is going to play a major role in power plants as far as safety is concerned. Friends, accidents, as Manoj, my colleague, was sharing, that they just do not happen by accident. They are caused because of omissions and commissions in many levels. So we have to be very careful. We have to anticipate what can go wrong. We need to participate in the safety movement of the organizations, align ourselves with the safe operation procedures and safe maintenance practices. We need to make the compliance management very strong and robust. Then whatever systems are in place in your organizations, how do we bring the lowest level of people, like the contractor workers who are in the bottom line, but if they become vulnerable, if they are not aware of the consequences of a wrong omissions or commissions, how a serious accidents can take place. So with these few words, I just want to tell you that let us take advantage of the discussions, and I wish this entire seminar should be an interactive one. So, and it will serve as a trigger for all of you to carry forward safety in a more practical manner as you go back and you will share this knowledge and informations in the factories. Thank you very much. for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us the perspective of this workshop. Now I request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, Chief General Manager, NTPC Talcher KANIHA, to address the gathering. Sir.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone present here and those who has joined us across the digital platform. It is my distinct privilege to first welcome our respected chief guest, Shri Indmani Tripathi ji, IAS, Director of Factories and Boilers cum Labour Commissioner, Odisha, who has graciously taken the time to join us online. I also extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests of honor who are here with us today. Dr. Malay Kumar Pradhan, sir, Deputy Director of Factories and Boilers Safety, Headquarters, Odisha. Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, Deputy Director of Factories and Boilers, Angul Division. Dr. Manoj Kumar Mishra, Assistant Director of Factories and Boilers, Angul Zone 1. Shri Viswajit Panigrahi, Assistant Director of Factories and Boilers, Dhenkanal Zone. Shri Madhav Chand Malik, Assistant Director of Factories and Boilers, Angul Zone 2. Shri Faiz Tayyab, Head of Project Darlipalli, who has joined us online. And others, my NTPC colleagues who has joined us through online mode at Talcher, Darlipalli and ER2 headquarters. And Dr. T.K. Ray, GM Operations at FM, present on the dais. Dr. Shri Samarbita Devasi ji, GM Projects, who is present on dais, and my dear friends, NTPC colleagues over here, and dear friends who have joined us from various companies from vicinity. I welcome you all to this program. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all at the Deep Tarang Hall here at NTPC KANIHA today for the high-level, state-level workshop organized in collaboration with the State Labour Institute, Odisha. It is highly encouraging to see more than 100 numbers of dedicated professionals joined us today, representing 40 plus distinct heavy industries and power plants, with participation from Angol zone and as well as other zones across the state. This remarkable turnout underscores our shared commitment as we deliberate on a subject that forms the bedrock of our industry: leadership excellence in power plant safety, preventing catastrophic events through risk-based management. When we talk about leadership excellence in the context of industrial operations, we must recognize that a robust safety culture flows from top-down approach. True safety is not merely about wearing PPEs or fulfilling compliance checklists on a ledger. It is about cultivating a proactive mindset where the well-being of every individual is prioritized. In heavy engineering and power generation, preventing catastrophic events require unyielding vigilance, rigorous risk-based management, and a relentless, unwavering commitment to continuous improvement. To truly embody leadership excellence, we must foster an environment where any individual, regardless of their designation, feels empowered to intervene into any unsafe act which is visible on the ground, and they could stop any unsafe act. At our station, this commitment is actively reflected in our daily actions and recent operational milestones. Our non-negotiable target is zero accident. Through meticulous planning, exhaustive hazard identification, and strict adherence to our safety protocols by all teams involved, we achieve exactly that years together. These technical achievements are backed by an even more profound metric. We recorded zero reportable safety incident in the entirety of the last financial year, and we have successfully maintained that record into current financial year. This is a testament to a dedication of every engineer, technician, and frontline worker in our site. However, in our online work, we know all too well that we cannot afford any complacency. Yesterday's perfect safety record does not guarantee tomorrow's security. This is exactly why today's workshop is so vital. Throughout the day, industry experts will guide us through the intricate challenges of our field. We will be exploring the design, commissioning, operation, and maintenance challenges associated with high-pressure boilers. We will also delve into the latest technology in CFBC boilers and critical operation, maintenance, and upgradation of air pollution control equipments to meet current emission levels. These technical sessions, led by esteemed professionals from organizations like BHEL, ISJAC Boiler Division, and Unicorn Engineers, that will equip us with the foresight needed for genuine risk-based management. As we embark on this day of learning and reflection, I am reminded of the powerful words of the great poet Shri Harman's Rai Bachchan, who perfectly encapsulate the ongoing journey towards the absolute safety. लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. So on this note, we shall keep our endeavors towards building a safety culture so that there is no harm to any people, any person working at our site. So every worker should feel safe at our sites, and the productivity is automatically very high. Our pursuit of zero accident workplace is our relentless effort, and with unified determination, we will never fail our duty to protect our workforce. I extend my deepest gratitude to Directorate of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, for their continued support and for facilitating this crucial dialogue. I wish everyone a highly productive, engaging, and insightful workshop. Thank you. Stay safe and let us commit to the excellence. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable words for this occasion. Now I request our guest of honor, Dr. Malya Kumar Pradhan, sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler Safety Headquarters, to address the audience. Sir.
So, good morning, everybody. I am not repeating. So, first of all, from the Directorate of Factories and Boilers, I welcome all the delegates who have joined here, with special thanks to NTPC and their entire team, headed by Yadav Saab. Now, time has changed. The public sectors, they have superseded the private sectors. And the concept is very true. Everybody is appreciating in the morning that NTPC ka jo preparation is better than the yesterday's preparation. Now, point is, everybody is interested, zero incident. Everybody says that come inside our factory and feel safe. These are all slogans. In many plants, when we go for assessment, they say we are very much safety conscious. I told why and how. Now, because we don't allow anybody inside our factory without shoes and helmets. I told why? Now, because anything can fall on your head. Then I told, you are so safety conscious that you don't keep guarantee of anybody who enters in your factory. And you say we are very safe. I am repeating because many people could not understand quickly. I say that my plant is so safe that I cannot take guarantee of anybody who is entering inside my factory without shoes and helmet. So the point is, we are in the conference hall without helmet. Why? Because everybody in their mind feels that my head is safe in the conference hall. But once you go inside, people will say, thoda helmet pehen lo. So, that vision zero will not come quickly. From 2018, Government of Odisha in the Directorate of Factories, we introduced the concept of vision zero through DGUV Germany. But from 2018, the accident rate has not become zero. So now the question comes, if it is not becoming zero, then why will practice vision zero? Simple question. I immediately remember my childhood days or engineering days. When we were reading, one of our professor came in. He told that the efficiency of Carnot cycle is 100%. Then second statement he told, there is no engine in the world whose efficiency is 100%. Both the sentences are true? Please respond. Then the question is, then why we will read Carnot cycle? अगर efficiency 100% नहीं होगा, so then he told, if we aim towards 100, then we will approach towards 100. So that is the basic concept we will go. Don't get disheartened that whenever any accident happens, you are unsafe. No. So this is how we will go. Now coming to the point of the power generation, now my colleague Dr. Behra has rightly told that 60% of the power generation plants are available in the Ongole district, which tempted us to organize training program. For the first time, a state level training program we are organizing outside the state, outside our capital or Bhubaneswar, and we prepared, and there is a tremendous response. Now it says that the global power generation is around 28,610 to 29,000 terawatt hours. And out of that, from the coal-fired thermal power plants, it is coming around 10,511, which is around 33%. So now the world says that whatever power we are generating, out of that 33% is coming from coal-based thermal power plants. Let us come to India. The generation is 251.49 gigawatt, and which is 45.8% from the coal-fired thermal power plants. World it is 33, in India it is 45.8. Now let us come to Odisha. Our figure here is 18.7 gigawatt. Out of that, coal-fired thermal power plant share is 88%. So we are more dependent on coal. So what are the major problems once you go into coal? Now there are some environmental problems, and environmental problems has got its own problem. How? Now whenever there is any dust etc. it will emit in the environment, then it will catch the attraction of local people, journalists, media etc. But if you look into the biological aspect of a dust, any dust whose size is less than 10 micron, it will enter inside your lungs and create problem. Am I correct? And if the size of the dust is less than 10 micron, you cannot see. Then the people who see the dust, it is not creating problem, but people create problem. So, it itself is a problem. So, when there is no problem and non-problem is creating a problem, avoid the problem. So, there is one thing, if you cannot convince a person, then confuse. So, similar is the thing here. Now, the particulate material, the NOx, the SOx, all these things, for that there are a lot of problems. And problems will continue. Coming to the workplace problems, particularly in thermal power plants, it is coming to heat, noise, vibration, coal dust, chemical explosion, the hazards of chlorine, the sulfuric acid, high pressure steam lines, boiler operation, even deposition of massive oil, maybe the diesel furnace oil. There may be a fire in conveyors, transformers. So, all these problems may happen. But I hope with a good management, now things are under control. We are having two types of boilers, so to say. One is a power boiler, one is a process boiler or small scale boiler. Now, plant had told that accidents are caused. I only want to say that if it is a small scale boiler where you don't have good people or technically competent people, there if a problem is happening, you can digest it. You can understand, yes, there is a sort of technical hands. But in a very competent organization like a power plants, where all technical people are available, here an accident is a matter of choice. It is not a matter of chance. And if you look back into all the statistics of the global accidents, you will find it is only due to negligence or bypass of a particular system which has resulted into the problems. In Odisha also, we have got lot of incidences relating to the power plants. Maybe the Aspan structural bridge on 9th December 2023, where around 429 acres of land were affected due to the Aspan bridge in Ip Thermal. Even here in this particular plant, although there was no casualties, but on 6th April 2024, there was a serious fire incident. If we look back also in Tata Steel Meramandali, on 13th June 2023, there was also a steam leak and steam-borne incident. If you look back again on 16th of January 2025, in OCL Rajgangpur, there was also a collapse of a coal bunker where 3 people died. So, all sort of problems, if you look back and look into what we find, it was a serious lapses on the part of the management. Now, suppose this Tata Steel Meramandali, they are doing wonderful work. But thing what we find is, when a work permit was issued for 6 people, how 19 people will be affected by steam burn? It means the work permit was a permit to work, and anybody who was not working, they did not require a permit. Do you understand, or I will repeat? Work permit is a permit to work. Other people, they were not working, so they were not required any permit. That is how people think. Itself is little difficult. What we can do is, just like in a hazardous area, Now suppose you are having a demarcation and anybody who will enter should have a pass or there should be some punching area. Like these concepts are also required to be practiced in the high risk zones. So that will be better. So once we talk very much negative, it will give a very difficult attitude in the mind of the people. We should also appreciate people. That is a very good thing. You have done good, but there is still ways for improvement is a very good word to say. If I say instead that it is not good. So it gives a very clear cut, same thing in a different way, that is how we will do. Now coming to the NTPC, just I was browsing a leaflet they have given in the room provided therein. I found that around 15.61 lakhs of trees they have planted. It means two things. Number one, we are planting because we are polluting. But number two, though we are polluting, we take the responsibility and we are also making necessary arrangement to come back or to preserve the environment. This is a very good thing. I hope many other industries are also doing that. But the record, if you maintain, it is definitely a good thing. Because anybody who will come and see, it will give a very prompt issue. I was discussing with the plant head in the morning. They say whenever there is a rain, the news headline is that there is leakage from the ash pond. It is because the media which generally gives the message, they are also required to give this message also, that what are the best practices NTPC has done over the years. I also found that around 1.5 lakh lives touched through community development initiative by NTPC. So 1.5 lakhs people, they have been benefited by the community development program of NTPC. Itself is a history. Around 400 plus girls have been empowered by NTPC systems. Then the AFM technology with 2000 meter cube per day capacity utilization of STP treated water. This is itself that whatever we are polluting, we will not leave it to the atmosphere without treatment. So that is a very good commitment. And last but not the least, there is a AI-based initiative for safety and wireless condition monitoring system in the CHP area by NTPC. This is also commendable. And before I end up, I say we are once again from the Directorate of Factories thankful to the management of NTPC who are not only generating power, also distributing power to 18 different states of the country plus 1 union territories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable words and encouraging words. I once again thankful to Directorate of Factories and Boiler on behalf of entire NTPC family, from the of our head of family, HOP Talcher KANIHA. I really thank you for giving us this opportunity to host this program in Talcher KANIHA. And we also thankful that for appreciating different steps taken by Talcher KANIHA. Thank you very much, sir. As you said, safety is very important. Safety is not an ornament that can be wore on a special occasion. It's rather a regular practice, a regular step, evolving practice. Thank you very much for your encouraging words, sir. To express our gratitude and appreciation, a small token of love, I request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, Chief General Manager, NTPC Talcher KANIHA, to present a memento to Dr. Malay Kumar Pradhan, sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler Safety, Headquarters. Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, once again, request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, Deputy Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul Division. Sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Tapan Kumar Rai, sir, General Manager, Operation and Fuel Management, to present a memento to Sri Manoj Kumar Misra, sir, Assistant Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul, Zone 1. Thank you, sir. Now, I once again request Dr. Tapan Kumar Ray, sir, to present a memento to Sri Madhav Chandra Malik, sir, Assistant Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul, Zone 2. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Sri Samarpita Devasi, sir, GM Projects, to present a memento to Sri Biswajit Panigrai, sir, Assistant Director, Dhenkanal Division. Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Sri Madhav Chandra Malik, sir, Assistant Director, Factories and Boiler, Angul Zone 2, to propose the vote of thanks. Sir.
Good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Director of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, it is my proud privilege to extend a formal vote of thanks at the conclusion of this inaugural session of the state level workshop on leadership excellence in power plant safety, preventing catastrophic events through risk-based management, organized in association with the State Level Institute and NTPC, KANIHA. At the outset, I express my deep sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Indramani Tripathi sir, Director of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, who joined us virtually despite a busy schedule. Sir, your gracious presence, valuable guidance and constant encouragement greatly motivated the participants and contributed to the success of this training program. Thank you, sir, for your unwavering support. I express my deep sense of gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Molay Kumar Pradhan, Deputy Director of Factories and Boilers Safety Headquarters, and all the distinguished dignitaries who have graced this occasion and shared their valuable thoughts. I also express our thanks to Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, Deputy Director of Factories and Boilers, Anugul Division, for his guidance for making this program a grand success. Their words of wisdom have set the tone for the deliberations that will follow and have inspired us to pursue excellence in safety leadership. I place on record our sincere appreciation to the leadership of NTPC KANIHA, headed by Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, and their collaboration and support in hosting this important workshop, and to the State Level Institute for their knowledge, partnership and coordination. I also acknowledge the efforts of my colleagues in the Directorate of Factories and Boilers, Odisha, whose meticulous planning and dedication have ensured the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. Finally, I thank all participants for their presence and keen interest. Your active involvement will undoubtedly enrich the technical sessions that are about to commence, where eminent resource persons and field experts will share their insights on risk-based management and preventive strategies for power plant safety. With these words, I once again extend my gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this state-level training program. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we break for a cup of tea and a group photograph, let me read out the today's program. In first up, there will be technical session 1. Chairperson is Sri KD Yadav sir, ABP and Head of O&M, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, ACPP 2, Angul. In first session, there will be a presentation on safety in power plant operation. The presentation will be given by Sri Subhash Sane, HSC consultant and trainer, ex-head safety, Reliance Industries Limited. And after that, there will be around 12:45. There will be second presentation on topic design and commissioning of high pressure boilers. It will be presented by Sri Kumar Bikramjit Singh sir, DGM Boiler Commissioning, BHL. After that, we'll break for lunch, 1:45 p.m. Then we'll have technical session 2 at 2:30 p.m. The chairperson of the technical session 2 will be Dr. Tapan Kumar Ray sir, General Manager Operation and FM, Talcher KANIHA, NTPC Talcher KANIHA. The first presentation will be on topic the technology in CFBC boilers. The presentation will be given by Sri Arun Tiwari, ABP Services, ISGC Boiler Company. Second presentation, challenges in operation and maintenance of high pressure boilers. The presentation will be given by Sri Arvind Samanta, Additional General Manager, CC, NTPC, Raipur office. The third presentation will be operation and maintenance and upgradation of APC equipments to meet current emission standards. The presentation will be given by Sri R. Muthukumar, Team Leader, Sales and Marketing, Unicorn Engineers, Coimbatore. I request all the presenters to kindly upload the presentation on this laptop. We'll be using this laptop for the presentation, and after the presentation, there will be panel discussion and validation. With this, we conclude the inaugural session of this program. I request everyone to join for a group photograph. After that, I invite everyone for a cup of tea. Sir, I request everyone to join for a group photograph, please, sir. I request participant to come near to the dais. I request some of the participants to join on the stage. Thank you very much, sir. I invite everyone for a cup of tea. After that, we'll reassemble at 12 o'clock. We'll start the technical session 1.
Please download. You have the slide. Okay.
Hello. Kind attention, please. A very good morning to all dignitaries and participants present over here. I once again welcome you all this to the state level workshop on leadership excellence in power plant safety, preventing catastrophic events through risk-based management. To begin the first technical session, I would like to invite the chairperson of the session, Sri K.D. Yadav sir, AVP Head O&M, Jindal Steel and Power, Mali Brahmani Anugala, to the stage, sir. Now I invite Subhasa Sen sir and Kumar Bikramjit Singh sir to take the seat at the stage, sir. Kumar Bikramjit Singh sir. Okay. Okay. Wait करिए. Wait करिए. Start कर दूँ.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Now I would like to invite Sri Subhasa Sen sir, HSC consultant and trainer, ex-head safety, Reliance Industries, to deliver his presentation on the topic safety in power plant. I welcome you, sir.
गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरु देवो महेश्वरा गुरु साक्षात पर ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। मेरे तरफ से आज का गुरु पूर्णिमा के लिए आपको सबके लिए शुभेच्छा। My best wishes to all of you on the very auspicious day today, which is Guru Purnima. All sitting here are gurus and shishya. I am also maybe for you guru, but I am equally shishya. I am only 76 years old. I am still learning. Lot of things I am still learning. So I am a shishya, and because I am a consultant, I am guru. That's the making. And every life of span of life, sometimes we are used to be guru, and sometimes we are equally shishya for someone, right? So that's why I said I will start with the Purnima wish. And my topic, audible? I'm audible? Huh? Okay, thank you. So at the outset, I want to thank NTPC and of course Directorate of Factory Inspector, Boiler, and all organizers for giving me opportunity for session on this auspicious day. And now please listen to me carefully. Safety in thermal plant. But safety as it is where it is applicable in all different types of industries, right? Yes or no? The inaugural speeches, they all touch upon the safety culture. They have talked upon the PPs. They have talked upon the work permit system. They have talked about many other things. Now, that's why I selected. Yesterday I was given some different topic. Now today I am going to talk purely on the safety. And I may, just for my introduction, I'm not going to give, but today and till 2009, I'm a consultant in health safety environment. I'm an auditor, official auditor of British Safety Council. And that's why I'm going to refer the British Safety Council specification, which talks about everything what is required to improve the safety. So that's why I prepared that particular point. Council audit awareness. BSc wants you to remember is, through their vision, no one should be injured or made ill by work. Agree or disagree? I'm a consultant, not one lecturer. Thank you. But if we have to achieve this, then what is written further? We means everybody working in the factory. We should the knowledge, expertise of our employees. Employees means all your workers even. You have safety suggestion box, you have safety committees, all those things. So you include them also. So we should use knowledge, expertise of our employees to influence and shape health, safety, environmental management policy and law. Law people are sitting here. Our products are the that give priority. And now, you sitting here, I am sure, must have been certified for ISO 14,000, 45,001, right? How many are there? 45,001? Very good, very good. Now, how many are BSc 5-star audit success? Now we are going to discuss what is the difference between 45,001 and the BSc. The 5-star 2001 does not. The effect pass or fail. The FSA provides recommendations and structured route for continual improvement. FSA means 5-star audit. The requirement of 5,001. Beyond the 41, it is one step ahead. British Safety Council. Okay. Now, it is like an exam. You have a 4,500 marks are divided in organization. We are going to discuss further more on. Then section 2, implementation of operation. Here also a lot of elements are there. Then section 3, performance monitoring and of course evaluation. So what you are doing is right or wrong, that evaluation needs to be done. This is what the basic important slide here. Now BSc has best practice indicators. When we talk about the leadership, it comes from the top. Maybe corporate, then plant unit level top management, then department level leadership, then section level leadership. It goes up to the level of supervisor. So everyone leading a group comes under the leadership. Okay, but different levels are there of the leadership. So we are going to talk on that detail further. You have many stakeholders, right from your contractors, your even authority of legal authority, they are also your stakeholders. Okay, something going wrong, they are going to be coming in picture. So the risk management, of course, you must have done lot of HERAs at your Yes. Organization, health and safety culture. This is what we are going to discuss further more, and of course the continual improvement. Here is the difference between 45,001 and the BSc. It is about the actual explained very good, good, adequate and less adequate. If you want to get 5-star in their audit, you have to get 92 to 100%. 92% plus you have to get the mark. 45,001 doesn't do that. They only talk about the NC or no NC. That's all. Now what I have done, because of the time limit, only for 45 minutes, there are 4 sections. I will be selecting few elements only for the purpose of discussion. The first and foremost is top management leadership and commitment. Unless the top management is committed to have something good in their organization, something the way they want improvement, then it cannot happen unless the leadership is committed. Then I will talk about the legislative. All our legal authority people are here. Sir, your topic is there. That's why I told you to please attend to what I am going to say now, because it is your direct element is there, legislative. Any factory for that matter, they cover under lot many statutory requirements, right? Factory directorate and boiler directorate, they are concerned for all type of factories as well as thermal power, right? Now, your role you play to see that the things are in rights as per the requirement of law, and you insist them to follow that. And when you cross-check, what is required is a legal register first. What are the different type of things that are required to comply with as per the statutory requirements is concerned, right? I am saying correct? Okay, thank you. So, which you cross-check and something went wrong, some accident, whatever, then your focus is what went wrong, right? So, unless you find out that, you cannot penalize, you cannot do anything against that particular factory or whatever, closure or whatever. So, you have lot many authorities for having the appropriate safe requirement. That was your main role, and that I am asking you to please concentrate, because that is a major role you are playing to any factory, not necessarily only thermal power plant. In any factory, any thermal power plant, you play very key role for keeping the organization safe, right, sir? Okay, thank you. Stakeholder identification consultation person. You have lot many stakeholders. Legal authority is already one of the stakeholders for you. Then your contractors, your suppliers, your procurement people, you have OEM people. Lot of people are there. They are all stakeholders. And when they are stakeholders, you need to consult with them. Just like that, you cannot hire them. You find out the competency of that particular contractor. You find out whether the material which is going to be supplied to me, whether it is in a proper shape or whatever as per the specification or not. You just like that, don't go to market and purchase it, right? That is another thing it talks about. Very important now. 1.06 structure, roles, responsibilities, accountabilities and authorities. Very, very important element in this audit. Earlier date, what used to happen, sir? You know what happened? हमारा रोल और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो बहुत बता दिया, और उससे कुछ हो जाएगा तो मेरे को पनिशमेंट होता है. मेरे को अथॉरिटी नहीं है तो मैं क्या करूं? I cannot stop. If I have authority to stop my job, do I have authority? I don't have. Earlier days I am talking about. Then now BSc earlier days specification, it was only role and responsibility. When the people started complaining, okay, beta, तुमको authority नहीं है, then you should be accountable also. Yes or no? If I am giving you authority for a certain thing, you should be made accountable also or not? Yes or no? I am only 76 yaar. I'm young. Huh? So, because it is a discussion oriented, you have to agree or disagree, whatever. Okay. So, moment I give you authority, you should be accountable. Legal, you have authority. That's why you are stopping some company, na? क्यों करता है? Because you are accountable. Otherwise, you would have not done that. Only authority से भी नहीं चलेगा. You should be equally accountable, and equally accountable. Therefore, your role should be roles, responsibilities, accountabilities, and authorities will go together, all four. Then only you can perform the way you want. Otherwise, you cannot. Occupational health, safety, and well-being objectives, of course, everybody does that. I'm not going to talk much on that. Provision of resource and support. Very important. It goes with the leadership also. Now we are talking about resource and now earlier days there were only 3M, man, material, machine. Right? Now there are 5M. Man, material, machine, method and money. पैसे के बिना कुछ होगा क्या? कंपनी पैसा नहीं देगा तो आप इंप्रूवमेंट कर पाएंगे? Yes or no? No. That's why now leadership takes care of all these 5M. Okay? Man, material, machine. So man, material, machine, method, money. So all resources should be available. Competence and capability, including behavior, very important. I may be first engineer from the university. But if I don't have the positive attitude, positive behavior, can I perform the way management wants? As far as safety is concerned, he may be brilliant, he may be a good engineer, but he is not bothered with respect to the requirement of safety. Will he give a proper output with respect to reduction in the accident? Is it possible? So, that behavior matters. Management of change. Yesterday we will talk a little bit on that. If you want to do any changes in your process, in your engineering design or whatever, I hope everybody is aware of the MOC, management of change. Yes or no? I think you must be. So you have proper procedure for that. You take approval. You take a lot of from each department, and then only you approve that and for the deployment of that change. Information management, AI का जमाना है, इसलिए I'm not going to talk much on that. Everybody is aware. Procurement, outsourcing, contractor management. This is another key element in this BSc audit. Just like that, put the material whatever available in the market. You have some procedure or not? Somebody will give a PR, then it will be scrutinized. There will be specification given. You send it to market. Find out the appropriate vendor for that. So, then outsourcing and contractor. Contractor also, you need to be very selective. Okay? You just like that, कोई भी नहीं है, चलो पकड़ो बाजार से और लेके आओ काम करने के लिए. ऐसा तो नहीं होता है. होना भी नहीं चाहिए. So, you have a contractor management. Emergency response and crisis, yes, it is definitely it must be there. So, I am not going to talk on that. You must be having very good crisis management system here. Well-being strategy scope, that also I am not going to say. I am only discussing important elements only. Because of course, because of the time limit. Identification of hazards, opportunities and achievements. Now hazards में 3-4 प्रकार है. एक तो हीरा है, job specific. एक तो job safety analysis होता है. JSA बोलते हैं ना. Anybody is aware of JSA or not? Hello? अरे respond करो ना बाबा. तो बोलो ना, problem क्या है? Nobody is going to punish you here if you give wrong answer. Don't worry. One is JSA, then is second one is HERA, right? Then in process plan, we have Hazaf. Yes or no? And then there is another PSM, Process Safety Management. So at least minimum 3, 4 जो मैंने अभी बोला, that all you must be doing. But again it is a teamwork. One person cannot do that. All concerned people need to be together and then do that particular type of HERA or PSM or whatever you are talking about. Okay. Safe system of work, operating procedure, method of shipment, work instructions and permits. Today morning we were talking about the permit also, right? Now how really you are serious about permit, I don't know. Who are responsible for permit? Hello, give the answer here. Who is the responsible for permit, whether it is getting executed properly or not? Factory में तो आए हैं, initially who is issuing it? There is the issuer, there is the acceptor, and somebody is approving that, right? So at least तीन लोग हैं ना. Problem क्या है मालूम है? If something goes wrong, even under the permit, the first person hanged is Mr. Safety. ऐसा हो रहा है ना? ऐसा ही होता है ना? Wrong. Who is the executor? Maybe engineering people. Who is giving permit? Maybe process person, right? And who is supposed to be approving? Is the HOD. And if it is work, if the job is being done in my department, I should be approval. And safety officer will only cross-check whether things are as per permit or not, and he gives the approval later on. Okay. But first and foremost, responsibility permit issuer, permit acceptor, and the approver. Supposed to be watchdog. Who is in safety department people, I don't know. They will be happy what I am saying. So, safety people are watchdog. They are supposed to work as per the requirement of law. They can tell you, no, this Factory Act is there, Factory Act says this way, blindly do that. Correct, na? The provision of safety officer also has come from the Factory Act. Right, sir? Earlier there was no act mentioning the requirement of safety officer. That has come later on. So it's supposed to be a watchdog. But unfortunately, the first person who is hanged is a, maybe, I'm just not. First person is a तुम क्या करता है? तुमने क्या देखा? Something that type of thing happening. Not everywhere. The reputed companies don't have that type of system, but small, bali ka bakra bolte hai na, that type of thing. Okay, sorry. The operating procedure, everywhere there is an operating procedure. Okay. User system, method, work instruction, display kiya, sab kuch kiya. In spite of that also people do wrong thing. Okay. Work at height, yes, there is a separate element. I need not remote. Is there any case? I mean, it is not happening everywhere, but there are people who are remotely working. For example, your, security, watchtower, right? That person is alone there. That is called remote. Management control of road risk. बाप रे, ये तो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, particularly in the thermal power plant. So many trucks are coming with coal and what not, So the traffic management is required to be done as per the requirement. Lifting operations, I need not talk much. Pressure system, there are. Why I started with safety is because we also talk safety first. So my session is yesterday also first. Today also it is first because we talk safety first. So there are different faculties are already there after me who are going to talk only on the thermal power plant, and the case studies also they are going to share exclusively of the thermal power plant. But here I am giving the overall picture what exactly expected as far as safety is required. Okay. This is another thing very important. 2.09 management and control substance hazardous to health and including asbestos legionella. Now yesterday given presentation I talked about the chlorine, right sir? Yesterday I talked about it. So today I am not going to talk any case study of the chlorine or the hydrogen or whatever. But certainly this is again a point of concern in thermal pond equally. You use lot of chemicals, you particularly chlorine and ammonia, maybe hydrogen, a lot of. So there is a separate thing, MSGS, lot of things, where the things are going as per that requirement of MSGS or not. That is the person safety will be doing. Management excavation will not talk much. Electrical hazards, yes. Electrical hazard, you don't have the electrical inspection here with you. Okay. I think only boiler and factory. Noise, vibration, of course, this becomes the issue in any thermal power plant. Okay. Workplace welfare, housekeeping, storage welfare, everything is there taken care by the organization. There is no big issues on that. Emergency response plan is also there. Fire safety management, protective, preventive controls are there. Okay. So these are already taken care by most of the companies. This is very important now. And psychosocial risk management. Remember, this is again a new concept has come. If the person is mentally not okay at workplace, can you expect him to work safely? Yes or no? New element introduced by the British Safety Council about the psychosocial. He may be worried about the family also. You don't know that. So social, psychosocial. साहब ने फायर किया here and there, he becomes stressed. Your work culture should be so safe that no one go under the mental psychosocial risk. Now performance. Now remember one thing I forgot to tell you in the initial stage. This whole audit goes under PDCA cycle. P is planning, D is doing, C is for checking. Hello, hello, hello. Don't talk, don't talk. Everybody is watching. Why you are disturbing others? Don't talk. So plan, do, check and act. Okay. So under plan P, you have all procedures, everything is available. Do I perform as per the written procedure? That is coming under 2. Where exactly we lag behind. Yes or no? Are we perfectly following? You take shortcut sometime. I am not just making a blunt statement here. But our failure is normally under D. Most of the time. Most of the time I am talking about. Don't take it otherwise. You must be, NTPC is always good. There is no issue on that. But most of the time we found that something went wrong in D. That is. But unfortunately we fail in doing it. And what went wrong is checked in C. Check. Procedure there, performance is done, doing whatever you have done. Still something went wrong, that means that has to be checked. Wait, what went wrong? That is C. And whatever findings are there from C, which need to be acted on, that is A, PDCA. So that is how you have to perform, so that your safety standard goes up and up and up. Okay. And for that, you need third party audit. There are 3 types of audits. In primary or the secondary is within NTPC, somebody come from other unit, he takes the audit here, and third party is purely who is not connected with the organization. So in that also you get lot of findings. Health monitoring you are already doing, outsourcing you are doing. So, now again here someone has to give emphasis on that. In spite of all possible way you are doing safe work, still something is happening. All those accident, incident, near miss reporting and investigation is very, very important. Investigation only will give you path forward. This was the condition, this went wrong, and that is what my road map should be to avoid that particular accident. Okay. Ill health monitoring you are already doing, loss damage analysis you must be doing it, non-conformance you are doing. Behavior is, today morning in a inaugural session, speaker spoken about the safety culture. That safety culture is depend upon the pure on the behavior and health and safety culture they together. So therefore you need to be very, very positive while doing the performing any work, so that nothing should go wrong, and your behavior must be always. Attitude and behavior again a different thing. Attitude is here, behavior is visible, but attitude is not visible. Okay, so that's the another thing happens. So you need to be very, very particular while performing any job. Now, with all spoken thing, whatever I have done, ultimately you need to have a maturity on this. That is very important. Other person cannot do it. So you have to take safety with a very positive maturity, that nothing doing, I am not going to bypass anything, I am not going to take any shortcut, perform the way it is expected to avoid the accident. So that maturity has to be there, and that maturity should be there in the leadership, the legislation, competence, capability, and emotion. So, thing we need to have enough maturity while performing any job. If I have to summarize, BSc 5-star audit is a holistic approach and looks at all aspects of health, safety and well-being in any type of industries, including power plant. This is added sentence. This was not there earlier. Why? Because this session is especially arranged for power plant, that including power plant I have added later on. Okay. It has interconnection with different elements. There are 50 elements. There were 82 elements. Now it has come to 50 elements of British Safety Council audit. Okay. So they are all connected with each other. The rating score gives quantitative assessment as to where the site stands overall as the outcome of the audit. With achievement of 5 stars and subsequent winning of the internationally recognized level, तलवार मिलती है. कितना लोग है अभी GMR को तो मालूम. Anybody else other than GMR who has faced the BSc audit? If not, please go for that. You will improve a lot. It is my word. Okay, because GMR has won twice Sword of Honor. Okay. Now there are some concluding slides are there. Okay. Hopefully you agree what I am going to show now. Any business organization, they will have aspiration to go at the top, at the excellence, the peak, right? For achieving that peak, you need to have operational excellence, which is roadmap. How do I perform? What is my roadmap to achieve the unless you have proper discipline in if you have proper achieve anything. Okay. So you need to have operation discipline. Now what is that operation discipline means? Very important slide. Huh? You will agree. Operational discipline part, everyone do right every time. Remember that. आज किया, जाने दो रे, अभी साहब नहीं है ना, आज करने फटाफट निकल जाए यहाँ से. ऐसे बोलने वाले लोग होते हैं ना होते हैं? Yes or no? So if want operational discipline, then everyone do, everyone means top to bottom. Huh? Remember that again. From the leadership to up to the worker. Okay. So everyone do right every time, again, every day, every time. बेड से जाने के उठने के बाद डू यू ब्रश योर टीथ? यस और नो? भाई जरूरत क्या? अरे आज की अभी 2 दिन के बाद करो ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? हाँ, हैबिट. That I am coming to that. Yesterday I forgotten to how you cultivate yourself. अच्छा, ये ब्रश, टीथ ब्रश करने के लिए किसने सिखाया? किसने बताया? हाँ, पेरेंट. माँ तो पहले आपको उठा के बेसिन के पास जाती है और खुद करती है ना, बाद में उसको पता लगा इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ ब्रशिंग एंड देन चाइल्ड स्टार्ट ब्रशिंग. वो झगड़ते हैं, नहीं आज मैं ही करूंगा. दैट शुड बी द अप्रोच. आज जब मैं रूल बिकम ए हैबिट, देयर इज नो डाउट ऑफ योर मिस्टेक टू बी हैपन. इट बिकम्स अ हैबिट. नो, स्मोकिंग करने वाले कितने लोग हैं? जरा आई एम टेकिंग लिटिल बिट टाइम. स्मोकिंग करने वाले कितने? आने से हाथ ऊपर करो. हाँ, कर दिया. अच्छा, क्यों करते हो? हाँ, हैबिट. देखो, हाँ, अभी मजा देखो इनका. अच्छा, ये जब पैकेट लेते हो तब उसके ऊपर क्या लिखा है? हाँ, इंजुरियस टू हेल्थ. In spite of that warning, just because I am habitual with that, I am smoking. Is it the right thing to do? Yes or no? तो आज से सिगरेट बंद करेगा ना तू? पक्का? My point here is, I am just giving a lighter way, that it should be every time. Everyone should work, do it right every time. That's why focusing on the culture. This becomes a culture. है ना? घर में, one lady, 2 ladies are there. घर में, who is the boss? Who is the boss? Wife or husband? हस्बैंड के नाम पर केवल घर है, वो फ्लैट है. द एक्चुअल ओनर इज वाइफ. अरे बाथरूम से आके टॉवेल इधर उधर फेंक देगा ना, वो नहीं मानेगी. ए, व्हाट इज दिस रॉन्ग थिंग यू आर डूइंग? ये टॉवेल ऐसा फेंक के नहीं चलेगा. देखो, दैट लेडी इज सेइंग दैट. So you are the boss and you want your husband, your children to work the way you want. As if you are missing earlier slide, discipline. We were talking about the operation discipline. And see the क्या बोलते हैं, multi functions she is doing. She is the education minister, yes or no? Education minister. She is the finance minister, yes. She is the material minister, material procurement. 2 किलो लेगी, 1 किलो लेगी, अगर उतना ज्यादा फालतू का खर्चा नहीं करेगी. राइट? हाउसकीपिंग मैनेजमेंट कितना, सिक्योरिटी फॉर दैट मैटर. घर 15 दिन बाहर जाने का तो वो ताला 10 बार ऐसे करके कौन देखती है? लेडी देखती है. इज इट नॉट? So that, because why she is doing this? Because she feels that I am owner of this flat. The ownership moment you take your ownership of your life, I'm coming to different angle of this discussion. Moment I own my own life, will you be able to do any mistake? Hello, tell me. If you own NTPC in my company, would you like to work differently? You don't want any accident in NTPC, right? So unless belonging in there, because that belonging in there is making you cultural person because you are owning it. Moment you own it, everything is fine. नहीं तो क्या 8 घंटा ड्यूटी किया 8 में गया एनटीपीसी क्योंकि कल बराबर ना okay, so now if you have to really achieve something, you need to work as a team. At home front, wife, husband, children, maybe ससुर क्या बोलते हो ससु भाई जो भी है okay. So you need to work as a in factory also you have to work all departments together as a team. No one can do everything. Everyone can do something. हस्बैंड इतना तो कर सकता है ना ट्रैवल को सुखाने के लिए डाल सकता है घर में उतना तो कर सकता है ना माय पॉइंट हियर इज यू नीड टू वर्क एज ए टीम सो दैट अचीव व्हाट यू वांट ओके दिस इज द क्लोजिंग स्लाइड दिस पर्सन इज अ वेरी वेरी identity. Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, first president of India. And that time he said, listen carefully, hello, hey, hello, somebody is making, please listen, you are very simple. I don't want anybody to, hello, please, hello, that person, please. The concluding slide, very important slide. That's why I want everybody's attention here. Okay, again, don't. मैं दे देगा रे बाबा पीपीटी मिल जाएगा आपको डोंट वरी लिसन टू मी व्हाट आई एम सेइंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इट इज ओके ऑल एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल डोंट वरी ऑल डोंट टेक एनी फोटो सी एट दैट टाइम द फर्स्ट प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया व्हाट ही सेड नॉट whatever preventable accidents are there, if you don't prevent it and you instigate to happen it, then it is not less than murder. So, moment you are in that situation, you become a criminal. So, bypassing any safety rules is a criminal action. Sometimes these all legal people, they take action, no? Is it not, sir? If you find something is not done the way it is expected, you make them criminal because that's why you give show cause notice or even imprisonment. Right, sir? So that's why you are this whole thing. That's why your attention. So हमारी लापरवाही कारण रुक सके ऐसी दुर्घटनाओं को रोका नहीं जाए तो एक हत्या से कम नहीं है. That was my concluding session. With this, I thank everyone here. I'm very. Yesterday was the different altogether. There was just some factors. Yes. So, only that I was making exclusively for safety and giving more importance on safety culture and thought. So today for you entirely I am not talking anything. I did not talk anything about thermal power plant, but nevertheless whatever is spoken here is 100% applicable to thermal power plant. Yes or no? If you have Any question? We will take up later on. Because another. So let me stop here. So he will complete his presentation. And later on we can have question and answer. Okay. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for an insightful presentation on power plant safety and explaining the nitty-gritty of various safety elements at play. Now, I would like to request Sri K.D. Yadav sir to kindly present a memento as a mark of gratitude to Sri Subhash Saha Sen sir. Now I request Madhav Chandra Malik sir, ADFB Honorable Zone 2, to kindly present a memento and a certificate to Subhash Saha Sen sir from Director of Factories and Boilers, Odisha. Subhash Saha sir. Madhav Chandra Malik sir, please. Yes. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Sri Kumar Bikramjit Singh sir to present their case study on design and commissioning of high pressure boiler parts. Yes, this one is also working.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So, Sasne sir has set the pitch high regarding how the safety environment is to be developed. So, my session is regarding the high pressure boilers. So, as this area is having lot of industries and lot of power plants are also there. So, one key equipment that is there is boilers, in which basically steam at high operating conditions is generated for various applications of industrial use or otherwise for power generation. So the essence of my session will be that you should be briefly aware of what is boiler, what is this equipment, what are the operating conditions, and how it is constructed, so that you are aware of the risk associated with it. So I will just try to give an overview of the boiler to you. So mainly I will be covering about the evaluation of the steam generators, then design, construction and commissioning aspects. So this is how the boilers have developed in India mainly. So from 1960s, when the initially boilers have come into India, they were operating at around 96 ETA, and mainly 60 or 100 to 100 megawatt power rating boilers were there for the power generation purposes, and steam temperatures were in the range of 537 degrees Celsius. That was in the 1970s, 60s. Subsequently, the parameters have improved. We have got 110, 200 megawatt machines, then subsequently 210, 250 megawatt machines, and finally 500 and 600 megawatt machines in 80s and 90s. So over the years, what has happened is the operating conditions have changed from 1960 in 1960, somewhere around 170 at a pressure was attained in 1980s and 90s. And the steam temperatures also subsequently raised, and whatever boilers we have subsequent to 2000, they are having the steam temperature as high as 565 degrees Celsius and even higher. So the latest supercritical boilers which have come after 2010, so they are operating at 250 bar pressure, and steam temperatures are in the range of 565, 596 or even 600 are there for the ultra supercritical boilers in the present days. And this is the time where the advent of AUSC technology is also there, which will be having the operating conditions of 300 bar steam pressure and steam temperature of 700 degrees Celsius plus. So this is the risk that is associated with the boiler, the steam parameters, the temperature, the pressure. So when we are working around the boilers, we have to be cautious that the chances of any leaks is very damaging. And one of the most important aspect with respect to the superheated steam is that you can only hear it, you cannot see it. So this is one important thing. So when you are working around the boiler, please take note, even a small sound, even a small whistle, it could be a dangerous thing. So you have to keep your ears always in a perfect condition, and you have to recognize and give due diligence to every noise or whistle that you are listening in the boiler area, because that might be a initiation of a leak, and subsequently it may lead to a much catastrophic event. So that is why I am highlighting that steam, superheated steam, is not visible. You can only hear it. So if you are hearing it properly, then you are able to avoid any big accident. So this is how the power boilers have evolved. In 1918, the pulverized coal technology came into existence, where the coal was able to be crushed to a very fine size of 200 mesh, and with that we could develop the present day power boilers. So, and the gas velocities were maintained of 10 to 12 meters per second. So in this slide, I'm basically trying to say why we are evolving the steam generator technology, and how it is beneficial to us. So if you see in the subcritical era, where we were having the pressure of 170 and steam temperatures of 540, if that was the base condition, the supercritical and ultra supercritical machines, we are able to reduce carbon emissions by 10%. So over the period of time, the evolution is helping us to realize more efficiency in the steam boilers. And as I told you about the AUSC, so with the AUSC we'll be able to improve 15% more. So carbon emissions will be reduced by 15% as compared to the subcritical technology. So this is a conventional two-pass boilers that is there for the power applications. Most of the 110 megawatt and above machines will be of this type. Then we are having another arrangement of boilers which is called as tower type boilers. So few of the machines that are available for the power utilities, they are also having the tower type boilers. So these are the typical 500 megawatt and typical 660 megawatt and supercritical machines, so which you are seeing these days now. So this is regarding our capability as BHEL. So we provide oil, gas, pulverized coal and CFBC boilers, then utility boilers from 30 megawatt to 1000 megawatt, industrial boilers from 40 to 450 TPH. And in terms of operating parameters, we are covering the subcritical parameters where the pressure was less than 221 bar, supercritical parameters and ultra supercritical parameters which is about 221 and 270 bar respectively, and then AUSC that will be 300 bar and above. So now coming to the design aspects of the boiler and how it is going to be helpful to you. So first is on the left side you can see the drum type boilers are there. So in this we are basically calling it as a controlled circulation boiler. So for any boiler, the water steam cycle is the heart of the boiler. So it will start from the BFP, where the boiler feed pump will basically feed the water into the boiler. It will go into the boiler through HP heaters, and first it will enter into the economizer. From economizer it is going to the drum, and from drum it is recirculated to the water wall, which is denoted by WW, and outlet of the drum for the steam part is the superheater, and from the superheater you will get the final output of the steam at the designated parameter for that particular boiler. On the right side of the screen is the once through boilers. So the more or less the structure or I would say the scheme during the wet mode of operation remains similar, where the BFP is pumping the water into the economizer. From economizer it is going to the water wall and then going to the separator, and from separator it is again recirculated to the economizer, and from the separator top the steam part is released to the superheater, and from the superheater we are getting the final output of the steam. Whereas if this boiler is operating in the once through mode or dry mode of operation, what we normally use the term as, so in that case what will happen is the internal recirculation that was happening from the separator to the economizer, that path which is shown by the dotted line, it will not be available in service. So whatever water is being fed into the boiler from the boiler feed pump, it is directly going to the economizer, then water wall, then separator, and finally to the superheater. So no recirculation would be there. So in this slide what we are trying to show is that if we see a drum type boiler, the flow inside the evaporator, it is a constant flow. So whatever 100% flow requirement is there, corresponding to the flow is maintained in the evaporator. Whereas in case of once through boilers, during the startup period when the boiler is operating in the recirculation mode, at that time some minimum water flow requirement as per the evaporator cooling requirement it is there, and subsequent to that water flow is changing in the evaporator circuit also, and as per the load requirement it is varying and going to the full load. These are the main aspects for the subcritical and supercritical technology, that how they are differing and what are the designs of the boiler that are available. So in subcritical you can see both drum type and once through arrangement of boiler is available, whereas in the supercritical we are only having the once through arrangement. So operating pressure I have already told you. Regarding the steam generation process, so in case of subcritical, both for drum type and once through boiling phenomena is there, whereas in supercritical during the once through mode operation, at that time boiling phenomena is as such not available, and only the phase change is happening from the water to steam directly, because there is no latent heat that is being transferred at that point of time. Then thick walled component was there in the case of drum type boilers, where the drum was the thick walled component, whereas in supercritical boilers we are not having drum, and instead of that vertical separators are there, which are relatively a thinner component as compared to drum. Then if we talk about the startup and load change aspect, so as compared to the subcritical units, supercritical units are having better response for unit startup as well as the load change rates. Water wall construction, normally for subcritical we were having this vertical, and but for once through design we are having the spiral wall construction is there along with the vertical water wall at the top part. Then drum type subcritical boilers normally always operate in a circulation mode for their entire load range, whereas once through boilers, whether it is subcritical or supercritical, they will operate in the recirculation mode only during the startup condition, and subsequently they will switch over to the once through mode. And water quality requirement, if we see for once through boilers, it will be more stringent as compared to the subcritical boilers. This is the various mode of operation that is normally used for the complete unit operation. So in case of subcritical units, we were having 3 modes of operation. Initially when power boilers came, so initially we were having the constant pressure operation, and subsequently pure sliding mode of operation was more efficient, but it cannot be directly adopted. So a modified sliding pressure operation is practiced these days. Whereas if we come for the supercritical units, we are normally having the modified sliding pressure operation only. This is regarding the metallurgies that are being used in the subcritical and supercritical technology. So because of the higher operating parameters for the supercritical and ultra supercritical boilers, we are having the improved metallurgy like P92, SS347H, SS304, etc. that are used more prevalent in case of supercritical and ultra supercritical boilers. So now coming to the construction aspects, that how the boiler is arranged, and then how it works. So this is first regarding the spiral water wall and vertical water wall arrangement. So the left side, if you see the number 1 and 2 where it starts at this point. So if a tube is starting at this point, it goes across all the 4 walls of the boiler. So by this arrangement, what we are ensuring is that each tube that is available is seeing all the heat flux areas that is available in the boiler. Whereas in vertical water wall, what happens is that based on the boiler arrangement and the fireball actual location, different walls are having the different heat flux areas available with them. So what happens is at the water wall outlet, different steam operating parameters or different steam parameters are available in case of vertical water wall, which is then as per design conditions, what we do is we try to equalize by putting orifices. So that is what is shown as small rectangles in the vertical water wall case. Whereas in case of spiral water wall, because each tube is seeing all the heat flux area, so no such flow distribution is to be changed, and all tubes are having same flow, and they are having the similar parameters at the outlet conditions. This is how we ensure that spiral water wall is having a higher mass flow as compared to the vertical water wall tubes. So if you see 2 vertical water wall tubes are having the same feed what is being given to the 1 spiral water wall tube. So this higher mass flux allows for better heat flux design in the boiler, and better heat transfer within the boiler. So this is why spiral water wall arrangement is preferred as compared to the vertical water wall arrangement, because it is giving the more mass flux, as well as it is seeing all the heat flux areas, so the steam parameters are uniform comparatively. This is the drum which is there in the drum type boilers. On the left hand side it is drum, and the right hand side of the photographs are for the vertical water wall separators which are there in the once through boilers. So in the drums, the main separation is happening in the turbo separators. So these are the 2 rows of the turbo separators that are there, and this is the detailed view of the turbo separators. So in this we are having the separation of the water and steam. So from the top of the turbo separator, the steam will come, and that steam will then subsequently rise to the drum top, and from there through superheater connecting links it will go to the superheater circuit. Similar work is being done by the separator also. So in the separator, the bottom two links, from there the water and steam mixture basically enters the vertical this separator, and because of the helical motion inside the separator, this water steam mixture basically separates out. Water is collected in the bottom side, and the steam is moving to the top side, and from the topmost limb it is then fed to the superheater circuit. So these links are basically arranged so in the vertical separator, so that they create a helical motion inside. Now coming to the water wall arrangement. So in case of spiral water wall, this is the arrangement how we are doing. We are having the spiral tubes. This arrangement is basically required because in case of the vertical tubes, what is happening is vertical tube themselves act as a load bearing member. So in case of vertical tubes, we do not have to provide any additional support. We just put the tube as a straight tube, and it is able to transfer its load to the structural arrangement on its own. But in case of spiral tube, because the tube is inclined, so it cannot transfer its load, it cannot carry its load on its own. So we have to provide additional mechanism. So that is what is shown in this. So this is the tie plate which is there. This is the tie plate, and these are the tension bars. So with this arrangement, what we are trying to do is we are trying to transfer the water wall tubes load to the tension plates, and then this tension plates or tension bars basically transfer the load further to the vertical water wall, and from there it goes to the structural members. So this is a complex arrangement which during the construction phase we need to take care, because any discrepancy in its construction will result in steam leakages, and as well as the repair part is also not easy. So that's why this arrangement needs to be done with very caution. So as I told, from these tension bars, then they are transferring the load to the vertical panels that are on the top. So this is the diagrammatic representation. These finger straps are there, which is transferring the load through these pink dark lines to the vertical water walls. So this is the transition header, where basically from the outlet from the spiral water wall tubes is then fed to the vertical water wall tubes. So this is on the right hand side bottom picture. You can see the forged elbows and nozzles for the header, this transition header. So this is the burner panel arrangement for the vertical water wall case. So as I told earlier, that in case of vertical water wall, because the arrangement was simpler as the tubes were hanging on their own, so creating this opening for the burner panel was also much easier, because we were just profiling the tubes as shown in the bottom right picture. So it was relatively much easier. Whereas if we come to the spiral wall arrangement, the same thing happens somewhat like this. So you can see that for each of the elevation of the firing coal burners, I am creating a complete burner panel block. So this arrangement is much complex as compared to the vertical water wall arrangement. And we have to create this tube pass through, because tubes are passing from the one wall to a second wall which is at 90 degree. And at the corners we have to allow the space for the coal nozzles also for the firing of the boiler. So this is the fuel firing arrangement, typical what is shown in for a boiler. So for both subcritical and supercritical, similar arrangement is there. The only thing is that over the period of time, some new improvisations have happened because of the efficiency requirement as well as the emission norms. So like present day, most of the all the boilers are coming with the low NOx capability. So in the middle picture, what we are trying to show is that how we are doing the staging of the fuel firing, so that combustion does not take place at once itself, so that NOx can be controlled. So in the bottom part, you can see that we are trying to maintain a fuel rich zone, so that combustion is not complete, it is partial. Then slightly above it, we are trying to give an equal proportion of air, and then at the top of the furnace we are giving a air rich environment, so that the combustion is completely done, and we get low NOx as well. Coming to commissioning and operational aspects. So these are the major practices that are involved for the boiler commissioning. This is applicable for both subcritical and supercritical boilers. So hydraulic test is the first activity, which basically marks the end of erection activities, and subsequent to that commissioning activities are taken up. So in hydraulic test, basically we are doing it for the pressure parts section. And in this we are filling water into the pressure part, and then we are pressurizing it up to the 1.5 times of the design pressure condition, and we are checking whether the pressure is being held for 15 to 30 minutes at least. And at the same time we are also checking, after the pressure is reduced, that whether any leaks have been there in the system or not. So this hydraulic test is basically ensuring, or it is checking the sanctity of the pressure parts, all the weld joints that have been made, and the integrity of the all the components. So that is why this is a key milestone activity. Subsequent to that, next commissioning activity that is taken up is the air tightness test. So it is basically the pressure testing of the air and flue gas path. So in this, all the ducts of the air side, gas side, and as well as the furnace and ESP, all those equipment are also pressure tested at different pressure conditions based on their operating range. Next is fuel oil system commissioning. So fuel oil is basically used for the startup of the boiler. So we have a dedicated system for fuel oil firing, which includes dedicated fuel oil pumps. Tanks are there which are holding the fuel oil, and then we are having the firing arrangement of which includes the nozzles, etc. So those fuel oil system also are completely commissioned, and they are pressure tested and then subsequently charged, etc. And system is automated also. So that is all the activity that is there in fuel oil system commissioning. Next is boiler light up and chemical cleaning. So once the fuel oil system has been commissioned, we go for the boiler light up activity, and it is followed by chemical cleaning activity. Chemical cleaning activity basically depends on the operating pressure of the boiler. For the lower pressure boilers, normally we go for the alkali boil out activity, which is a 3 to 4 day activity in which phosphate solutions are basically used at different formulations, and repeated pressure cycles are done, and blowdowns are given and checked for what are the contamination levels. Subsequent to that, as the pressure of the steam generators have increased, now we are using chemical cleaning activity for the commissioning of the boilers, which basically involve use of mild acids or bases in the present scenario for the purpose of chemical cleaning. Earlier, when this chemical cleaning process was started, it was started with HCl process, but as of now, this has become obsolete, and presently most of the chemical cleaning processes are using the EDTA, or otherwise citric acid is the more prevalent in present scenario. Next is steam blowing activity. Sorry, I have to repeat. Chemical cleaning? Okay. Okay. So in chemical cleaning, basically what I'm trying to say is that based on the pressure, operating pressure of the boiler, it is decided that what type of chemical cleaning activity will be done, because steam generation, what should be the quality of the steam generation that dictates the choice of the process. So for lower pressure boilers, normally we go for the alkali boil out process, which is a 3 to 4 day process normally. It may vary for OEM to OEM, but normally it is a 3 to 4 day process in which basically phosphate solutions are used, and it is pressurized to some 40 kg pressure, and subsequently blowdowns are given by reducing the pressure to 50% of that. So these pressure cycles are given 2 to 3 times at least, and when we are doing the blowdown, at the blowdown time, we are checking we are collecting the samples and checking what are the contamination levels in the boiler solution as of now, and once the completion criteria is achieved, accordingly we declare the process as complete. So this was alkali boil out. As the pressure of the boilers have increased, the quality of steam has also become more stringent. So we have gone for the chemical cleaning process in such cases. So in chemical cleaning, when the process was initially started, it started with the HCl process, where hydrochloric acid was used for the cleaning purpose, but since hydrochloric acid is a strong acid, so there were always apprehensions with respect to the handling, etc., safety concerns. So that is why subsequently we have switched over to the use of mild acids or mild bases for the purpose of chemical cleaning. Most of the industrial applications right now use EDTA based formulations, or otherwise citric acid based formulations are more prevalent in the present scenario. So EDTA solutions, when they were used, they were either tetraammoniated EDTA or diammoniated EDTA. And in case of citric acid, basically a powdered citric acid is directly used, and 3 to 4% concentration is being used for the purpose. What about phosphate? I'm not able to hear.
Phosphate treatment, phosphate treatment,
Phosphate treatment?
treatment, alkali time में.
No, phosphate treatment is a separate process which is there for the water chemistry, maintaining water chemistry of the circuit during the operation phase.
Yes, sir.
Right now I am talking about the commissioning part. No, that is basically alkali flushing, that phosphate is there, but he is asking about phosphate treatment. So next is regarding the steam blowing. So in steam blowing, normally we have the we do the cleaning of the steam pipelines. So we use the pressurized steam, and we allow the pressurized steam to go through the pipelines, and we leave it out in the atmosphere, so that whatever dirt or debris is there, with this with the steam it can go, and it is released into the atmosphere. So during the steam blowing, the velocities are generated, high velocities are generated in the system, which dislodge the particles, dirt particles, and remove them from the system. Steam blowing process also, both chemical cleaning process and steam blowing process, they have their own safety risks because of the involvement of the chemical in case of chemical cleaning process, whereas in case of steam blowing, when we are releasing high pressure steam directly into the atmosphere, so it is having its own safety hazards with respect to the noise that is there, and also with respect to the steam that is being released. So we have to ensure that nobody comes in contact with the steam. So that care has to be taken. And apart from that, there is the third risk is that with the steam, as the foreign material is also coming out, so the chances of impingement are also there. So we have to ensure that nobody is getting hurt in that respect also. Next is fuel system commissioning. So in fuel system commissioning basically comes with respect to the coal firing arrangement. So in this we have feeders, coal mills, and the associated coal pipes, etc., along with the coal nozzles. So all these things are commissioned, and we try to ensure that no fire hazard is there, and no coal leakages, etc., is happening from any of the component. And the last commissioning activity for any boiler is the safety valve floating activity, in which basically we do actual floating of the safety valve. Earlier in subcritical boilers, we were doing this safety valve safety valve floating for both reheater circuit safety valves as well as the superheater and drum circuit safety valves. Whereas in supercritical boilers which are there presently, for them we are not doing the actual floating for the separator and the superheater safety valves because of the very high pressure and the once through mode of operation of the boiler. So in those cases we are only doing the assisted safety valve floating, whereas for the reheater system it is still possible to do the actual safety valve floating, and it is being done. So now we'll come to the startup. So in case of startup for the boiler, so if we see from the subcritical to supercritical, the startup procedure remains similar. The only thing is new requirements have come in the supercritical boilers. So two such requirements are, first is that regarding the pre-boiler cleanup. So this is the scheme for the pre-boiler cleanup which I have shown. So for the phase 1, the pink line has to be followed. So it will start from the condenser, and at the HP heater outlet it will end, where we have to dump it outside to the pipeline into the atmosphere basically. So this pink line flushing is being done, and when the required water chemistry parameters are obtained, then we go for the next phase. And in this pink line circuit phase 1 itself, we can divide it into the various sub parts and do the flushing in a closed loop manner also, as per the convenience. Then coming to the phase 2 part of the flushing. So in this we will follow the green lines, and starting from the condenser going to the boiler and then back to the condenser through boiler flash tank drain tank system, we will establish a closed loop circuit, and we will do the flushing. So and again as the water chemistry parameters are attained, then we will declare the process complete, and we will go for the third phase of the flushing. So in the third phase of the cleanup, what we will do is, additional to the green lines, we have to follow for the orange line also. So in this circuit, basically the additional recirculation circuit what is there in the once through boilers, so that is also being covered for the cleanup purpose. And again based on the water chemistry parameters, we will check if the completion criteria is achieved, then we will declare the complete process as complete, and we will proceed for the actual light up of the boiler for the further activities. So for supercritical boilers, or rather I should say for once through type of boilers, we always have to keep in mind that for every startup of the boiler, whether it is any type of startup, be it cold, warm or hot, we have to ensure that water chemistry parameters at the economizer inlet is as per the OEM recommendations, and once they are attained, then only we should proceed for the boiler light up. Next requirement which is different in supercritical boilers is the water chemistry treatment practice. So as sir was asking regarding the phosphate treatment, so in the subcritical boilers or the drum type boilers, we were normally following phosphate treatment for the boiler water chemistry regime maintenance, and for feed water chemistry we were maintaining all volatile treatment. So in all volatile treatment basically we were dosing ammonia and hydrazine. Hydrazine was being used as an oxygen scavenger, whereas ammonia is being used for the maintaining the pH, and this was for the feed water side treatment. Whereas in case of boiler side, we were dosing the phosphates, basically a combination of TSP and DSP in the ratio of 2:1 initially it is dosed, but while the process is established, when the process is once established, we normally go for TSP dosing only. So otherwise also it is good enough if you start with TSP dosing only during the phosphate treatment, and with that we are trying to maintain phosphate levels in the boiler, and along with that we have to give continuous blow down if the boiler water chemistry is not as per the requirement. and intermittent blowdowns are given. If once the parameters are stabilized, then continuous blowdown is stopped, and subsequent to that, intermittent blowdown is given, depending on the frequency required as decided by the operation team. So, but in supercritical boilers, as these are 1-2 type of boilers and there is no drum, so we are not doing phosphate treatment, and whatever water chemistry treatment is to be done, it is done in the feed water side only. So when we start a supercritical boiler, we start with the all volatile treatment in the feed water side, and that is basically ammonia dosing mainly to maintain the pH. And once the parameters are stabilized and the water inside the boiler is of ultra pure quality, then we switch over to the oxygenated treatment, in which basically we are dosing oxygen to the certain levels into the system. In such a scenario, when we are dosing oxygen in certain limits, then it is helping in building the more passivated layer or more stable oxide layer inside the pressure parts, which will not allow the corrosion to happen further. So it is more corrosion deterrent. Whereas if oxygen is more otherwise, then it is normally resulting into the corrosion. So these are few points regarding the commissioning and startup of the supercritical or operation of the supercritical boilers. So simply oxygen is being fed, sir. Ultra pure quality of oxygen. Yeah, initial layer is already available when all volatile treatment is happening, and subsequent to that, when oxygen dosing will start, I would say that base layer, it will be further fine-tuned, and some few more oxides will be made, which will bridge the gap, whatever is there in that initial layer.
How it will be ensured that the layer is sufficient?
It is basically monitored using the oxygen concentration that you are maintaining, and then in the whatever blowdowns or drains samples can be collected, and it can be checked for the iron levels. So if your iron levels are stabilized, so that means your oxygenated treatment is stabilized and your system is working fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
So for the supercritical boilers, deaerated water is to be used always once the chemical cleaning is completed. So even though the chemical cleaning is a commissioning activity, but subsequent to that also, if you are filling water into the boiler, you always have to use a deaerated water for if you are going to if you are going to use water for the filling of the boiler for the light up purpose. But suppose if you are filling water into the boiler for the hydro test purpose, in that case deaerated water is not to be used. In that case you have to fill the water as per the normal requirement. Next is requirement of the pre-boiler and boiler cleanup. So subsequent to the steam blowing activity of the boiler, you have to do the pre-boiler and boiler cleanup every time you are going to do the light up of the boiler. Then for safety valve floating, so actual floating is only possible for the reheater circuit valves, whereas for the separator and superheater safety valves, we have to go for the assisted floating. Then unit will be started in AVTO mode, that is ammonia dosing only in the feed water side, and subsequently when the unit parameters are stabilized, we will switch over to the oxygenated treatment. Boiler can never be started with the oxygenated treatment. Then during unit operation, you have to keep a tab on the feed water and the firing that you are maintaining inside the boiler, and any mismatch can result into the various operational parametric deviations, and subsequently it may result into the actual tube failure incidents and other issues. Then rate of change in operating parameters, have to be controlled, and their variation range is also to be limited as per the OEM recommendation. So if you cross those limits, if the variations are on the higher side, then also various operational issues will be observed, and subsequently it may lead to a failure over the period of time. So that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a insightful presentation on covering different aspects of boiler design and commissioning. Now I would like to invite Sri Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, Deputy Director of Factory and Boilers, Government of Odisha, onto the stage, and request to kindly present a memento to Sri Vikramjit, sir, as a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now I once again request Sri Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, to kindly present a memento to Sri K.D. Yadav, sir, Chairperson of the first technical session, as a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Sir, with this, we conclude the first phase of our technical session. With this, I invite everyone to join with us for lunch, which is arranged outside at our Kalyan Mandap, which is next to this building, sir. Sir. Okay, sir.
Just a second. Our chairperson will also speak on this occasion.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to everybody present here. Respected dignitaries from Director of Factories and Boilers, Head of Project, Sri Ajay Singh Yadav ji, NTPC KANIHA, all my colleagues and friends from industries, ladies and gentlemen. So I will say this initiative is a milestone in initiative towards the safety in the industry. I will say in this program we have seen the commitment from the top leadership. Our Director Factories and Boiler and Safety, he has given us so much valuable time. He was present during the inaugural session, and our respected state authorities are continuously present in this session. And see, it is said that, we say that there is a pyramid of leadership. So whatever is there in any industry, there is a top leader. Then slowly it builds up in the bottom. And the bottom level has many elements. And those are our basically front workers who are basically engaged with the site directly. They're interacting. So basically communicating, making them aware, making them behaviorally ready for this safety is important. So as in the first session, Mr. Subhas has basically deliberated on the safety aspects in industry, and he has basically dwelled upon the audit process. And lastly, he told one very important statement of Dr. Radhakrishnan, our first President of India, where he says, if any preventable accident is not prevented and something fatal happens, then this is equal to the murder. This is very great sentence. So the crux lies here. And I will just share one thing. There was one basically writer, Charles Duhigg. He has written a book on the power of safety, and he has many instances of behavioral patterns and the habits. Then he has coined the word basically zero harm to the persons working in the industry. He was a bureaucrat in America. He headed a company called Alcoa, Aluminum Company of America, where he basically implemented this aspect, zero harm. So what he said, will not plan for any profit, will not plan for any increase in sales, revenues, any CSR, will only go for the safety. Then he says, if we go for safety, then in each and every element we have to look into the best part, best quality, so that in the process or during the working it doesn't fail. If elements doesn't fail, then ultimately quality is assured and safety is assured. So, sir, in the second presentation, it was an excellent technical presentation. He has dwelled upon the basically steam generator construction, commissioning and operation aspect. Friends, when we know the things and if you can measure the things and then we can monitor and control it. What he has told that what are the elements, how they are basically integrated and connected, what are the process, how the ultimate parameters are achieved, which will enable the smooth operation and functioning of the pressure parts, steam generator. And in that process, you believe it, if you do the things right, there was one sentence, doing each time right. Doing everybody each time right. This is the basically crux. So, if you know the things, we can do, we can measure and we can monitor and we can basically achieve the best part of it. And two things more I will just share with you, apart from this excellent presentation. Friends, many times have you seen that you are going to the site and just in hurry, we didn't put the safety shoes or we didn't put the helmets. Actually, what we present to our basically co-workers and people at work in the industry, they always watch us, how he is doing, how the leadership is doing. So they imitate and they basically take a clue from there. And from that clue, they make their behavior, they make their habits. So we have to work as a role model in our workplace so that what we say, that is exactly received by the peoples in the organization. And then for this, I will quote an example. I had some chance to be at one place in outside India, in the power station at the basically gate to the power station. There was hundreds of helmets, thousands of earplugs. Anybody going towards the plant, they will automatically pick one helmet, one earplug, and they will go to the plant. This is enablement. So there is a cost to the safety, but that cost is very less. Price is less and cost is very high. And I will say one thing, for any investment we say, what is the payback period of any investment? So safety is the investment in safety is the only process or asset generation, it has immediate payback. Investment in safety has an immediate payback. You invest in safety, you get an immediate payback. So with these words, I say wish you all the best, all the participants. This is a uh, very good program where we'll be hearing further in other sessions about the safety and how the leadership excellence can help and basically propagate the safety in industry. And by risk management, we can prevent any of the disasters, any of the accidents. And in organization like NTPC, it is said, and otherwise it is also established, that all the accidents are preventable, provided we do the proper assessment of the risk and manage it. So with these words, thank you very much all the participants, and thank you very much the leadership present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable guidance on this special occasion. Now the house is open for question answer round. We can ask questions on both the topics that has been covered in the first session.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for this Bikramjit. We are Bikramjit from BHL, a young engineer from BHL. This is really, first of all, good work and well presented. Congratulations. I have a specific questions because as we all are aware that now the mandate is to operate the unit with higher level of flexibility and at a lower load level when it is required, and also to go for fast startup, right? So what are the measures BHL are taking care of? We are taking care some measures at O&M level. What BHL is doing to ensure that we can operate the unit still at a lower load level and with higher rate, ramp up, ramp down rates, and also reduce the startup time. This is my question. For example, you rightly mentioned that we need to maintain that eco temperatures, eco inlet temperatures during startup, because economizer is subjected to higher level of thermal shock during every startup, right? This is what you mentioned also, no? If I understand correctly. Because just for an example, there are many research projects, right, which suggest, in fact, they have carried out some pilot projects as well. If you see every projects, that they have made some arrangements for trickle charging of eco by using steam when the unit is under shutdown. So if I envisage that unit is to be brought back in next 2-3 hours, so before the unit is brought back, they keep charging with steam by using steam available from adjacent unit or maybe some auxiliary sources, right? So this kind of minor retrofits or minor modifications which doesn't involve huge costs are being done to ensure all these things, faster startup, higher level of flexibility, without causing or without risking the equipment or without sacrificing the component lives. So if you can highlight few points in this.
Sir, with respect to the first question regarding the flexibility, sir, certainly the new units which are being designed, so in that certain design modifications and even I would say that some operational and startup guidelines have been changed so that units are conversant with the flexible operation regime. So those changes have happened, sir. And so even with respect to the fuel filing system arrangement also, some modifications have been implemented. So I'm just touching the aspects, not going into the further details, sir. And with respect to the second question, what you have said with respect to charging the auxiliary steam to maintain the temperatures, that scheme is possible, sir. That can be done. But the thing is that where we want to do it. If we want to do it on the main equipment like turbine or boiler headers, etc., then the only thing possible is that you can do the jacketing from the outside in the existing machines I am talking, sir. So when we are doing the jacketing from the outside, then the challenge what we foresee is that we cannot maintain the uniformity of the temperatures, because the shell is not of uniform thickness. So that is the thing we have to take into account when we are working on such a solution. But as a BHEL, when we are seeing the modifications that may be done for the existing set of machines, so we are not contemplating such a requirement as of now. Whatever the existing flexible requirements have been fixed by the regulatory authorities, we have come up with some solutions, and we think with those solutions we would be able to meet the demand. With respect to the faster startup, the only thing is few operational guidelines have been modified, so those will help, sir. So that is all.
Thank you. Actually, operational guidelines, I mean, we are more, our experiences are more useful on that. But I was looking for mainly, not necessarily you should share right now, but at design level, what are the precautions to be taken? For example, there are many additional drain lines provided with orifices, small orifices. Some additional drain lines are provided because lines which are to be charged during startup. So those lines are kept warm, hot. Right? Otherwise, we keep waiting for the temperature to come. So to reduce those delays, so this kind of modifications are being envisaged. So you can be in touch with us.
Yes,
we will
sir.
share our experiences.
Okay, sir.
And
Okay.
then we expect some significant changes will be undertaken at the design level, so that the equipment or the machine become more capable of flexibilization.
Yes, sir, certainly we are also working on that.
Okay.
We
Thank
can
you.
interact and do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else has having any queries or clarification?
Sir, my question is to Sri Subhas, sir. Sir, do right everywhere, every place, everyone. It is correct, and everyone should be adopt this technology. But sometime how it can be strategy to behind that, how to be implement up to the shop floor people, because they are the backbone of our industry.
Is it audible? Now, in fact, I concise my presentation because of the time limit, to be very frank of that. I did not cover many of the things. See, as I started, it start from top till the supervisor. Supervisor also a leader. Now, there are different roles of leader at different level of your work, right? So, supervisor is the basic person who should be taking care of the workers. Now, it happens with the contractors' labor more, because I'm sorry if anybody sitting a contractor side, they are ignorant people. उनको क्या बोला जाता है, तुम्हारा ये रिस्क लेने के लिए तुम्हें पैसा देता है, 4 घंटे का टाइम लगता है, वो बोलता है, तो बोला मैं नथिंग डूइंग, I want you to finish it to 2 hours. Because you are paying. So that should not be the attitude. I was telling you attitude and behavior only because of. So before the start of any job, you must be conducting TBT, that is toolbox talk, making them aware before the start of job that these are the hazards and these are the preventable measures, and supervisor should be watchdog on that. Normally, बहुत जगह मेरा तो बहुत बड़ा experience है. What happens is, one supervisor is responsible for many different work which are under permit. Okay? And that poor fellow is not able to keep really watch on the group. I'm again referring to the contractor people. Remember that. As far as your own people are concerned, you are normally very much conscious. But contractors are looked at in a different fashion because you means whoever is doing that job under their control, they make such a statement, unfortunately, that मेरे को कुछ लेना देना है, साहब मेरे को फायर करेगा, तुमको ये काम खत्म करना ही है. That type of thing happening, not necessarily here or there, but this is my experience I'm talking about. So best thing will be supervisor to take care of that, those things before the start of job. Sometimes it has also happened in my audit, परमिट के पहले ही काम चालू हो जाता है, ऐसा भी होता है मेनी टाइम्स. ओके, स्कैफोल्डिंग may not be ready, but still you are allowing people to go up because of the time limit. Something sort of things are happening, but thank you very much. You have raised this question, and again I am making the supervisor should be basically a leader taking that call that I will not allow anybody to get hurt in my supervision. That is my answer.
Rightly saying, sir, I'm representing our Tata Steel, sir. Because of our supervisor is given TBT toolbox talk. One step for forwarding, we are thinking, we are taking KYT also with the next step. We are taking, because know your threats, we have shop floor people, we are asking against back. What you are doing, what is the risk in your job, which we have written in our SOP, is it okay or not okay as your feasibility. So then this type of activities also started, but unfortunately still accidental and near misses cases is still there. But we are trying to do our best, and it is a very good session which is conducted by the senior leadership and boiler factories and directors. So we will applicable whatever we do in our workplace. Thank you very much, sir.
Just one question. Are you from safety department?
No,
I think.
No, I am operation department, sir.
But then it is more appreciable that you are raising such questions. I'm really happy.
I'm trying to my best, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm really thankful for that. Anybody? Because my lecture, I was little, क्या बताने का, बहुत कुछ बताने का है, but somehow I was constrained, there are a lot of things. But I can certainly share my email and WhatsApp number and whatever. You are open to contact me anytime. मेरा यही काम है, अभी रिटायर्ड हो गया 2009 में, 76 year old है, चिंता मत करो, मैं यंग है, आप कभी भी बुला सकते हैं.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
GMR में 2 sort of honor मिल गया BSc का. I was a consultant for them. So I'm proud of that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
थोड़ी सी बात मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ. देखिए, सेफ्टी इज इंडिविजुअल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड इमोशनल कनेक्ट विद द पीपल इज मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट, और दैट कैन बी ओनली डन व्हेन वी इंटरेक्ट विद द पीपल, एंड टीबीटी इज वन ऑफ द मीडियम टू इंटरेक्ट द पीपल. और दूसरी बात यह है कि हम लोगों ने देखा है कि बड़ा हाथी होता है, उसके ऊपर एक महावत होता है, उसके बाद इतना बड़ा सा पिंड रहता है, हाथी को कंट्रोल करता है, और बाहर 10-20 आदमी रहते हैं, वो सेफ समझते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, महावत बैठा हुआ उसको लीड करेगा, गाइड करेगा. तो सर जो सुपरवाइज़र होता है वो महावत ही है उन लोगों का, ग्रुप का. तो लेट देम बी मोर अवेयर, मोर एजुकेटेड, एंड लेट देम बी मोर कनेक्टेड विद देयर टीम, एंड आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज़ टू एनेबल देम एंड वी आल्सो बी कनेक्टेड विद देम. जब भी हो हम लोगों की बोला जाता है, भाई टीबीटी में आप लोग भी शामिल होइए, उनसे कुछ फीडबैक लीजिए कि टीबीटी दिया गया तो उन्होंने समझा क्या, व्हाट आर द रिस्क, हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू मिटिगेट दोज थिंग्स. सर, कनेक्टिंग इमोशनली इज द वन ऑफ द फाइनल वे वी कैन ब्रिंग द पीपल इन द सेम प्लेटफॉर्म. उस समय दे विल बी ओनिंग देयर सेल्फ, यस हमारा काम है, इसमें कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं चलेगा, इसमें अच्छे से काम करना है, कुछ नुकसान होगा तो हमें ही होगा. उनको ये दिमाग में बैठ जाए, भाई काम पूरा करना है, पूरा करने के समय में अगर कुछ नुकसान उनका पर्सनली होगा, कोई चोट लग गई, कुछ टूट गया, तो फिर दोबारा बनेगा नहीं, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी एक ही बार की है. तो ये चीज़ें अगर हम कम्युनिकेट इफेक्टिवली कर पाते हैं, उनको अपने उसी लेवल में ला पाते हैं, तो सर then safety will be ensured. Everybody ensuring safety, collectively it will be ensured. This is from my side by end to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there are no further questions, we shall conclude the first technical session here. And with this, I invite everyone to join us for lunch, which has been arranged at our Kalyan Mandap, which is next to this building only. We will reassemble in this very hall by 2:45 for the second technical session. Thank you, sir.
A small announcement for the delegates. There is a feedback form from State Labour Institute. Those who have not received, kindly collect it from me and fill it and deposit near the reception counter. There is also a QR code for joining the state level workshop WhatsApp group. So I request everyone to scan this and join the WhatsApp group.
Which is getting signed by your supervisor, even the power plant head also, that this bypass was done and then it was reset. This is, I need not to say, purging everything is very, very important. Restarting without thorough analysis. I know in your cases, this case may not come, but because there are boilers, as Mr. Pradhan in the morning said, for the process boilers, they deploy operators which may not be having enough experience. This is one of the reasons that in such boilers, small boilers, many accidents have occurred. Unstable trend of fuel flow and oxygen. I mean, this is one of the key. Oxygen is that indicator which keeps on telling you exactly what is happening in the furnace in terms of combustion. Ash hopper must be evacuated. Lime and water. This is one of the new learnings which we have gathered, particularly in CFBC boilers where we are firing lime to capture SOxes. ऐसे केसेस में अगर किसी हॉपर में सपोज कीजिए कुछ चोकिंग हो गई है एंड आप उसको क्लीन करना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज़ डू नॉट यूज़ वाटर, बिकॉज वो एक एक्सोथर्मिक रिएक्शन करके एक बड़ा एक्सीडेंट के रूप में कन्वर्ट हो सकता है. Coal evacuation in shutdown. This is also a key learning which we have seen in one of the boiler that was a CFBC boiler in Gujarat region. Just to save time during a shutdown, they wanted to evacuate coal bunker finally fully from the coal. So instead of directly evacuating, they were evacuating the fuel coal by running the drag chain feeder, coming back to the furnace, dropping into the furnace, running the PA fan, and then draining it from the furnace. What happened exactly during that time? All the fines which is getting circulated within the system. And there was after 2 days of shutdown, because of one spark, coal dust caught fire, and finally this is also a wrong practice. This is also a wrong practice, wrong remain wrong. And tube leak and evacuation process. We have seen in CFBC boilers particular, or even any coal-fired boilers, if there is a tube leak, and particularly if it is very big in nature, आप ड्रम लेवल, खासकर ड्रम टाइप वाले बॉयलर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, ड्रम लेवल को अगर आप नहीं मेंटेन कर सकते हैं तो प्लीज़, फ्यूल तो बॉयलर तो ट्रिप हो चुका है, उसको और ज़्यादा पानी मत दीजिए, बिकॉज विद इन द फर्नेस लॉट ऑफ हीट, लॉट ऑफ कार्बन, अनबर्न कार्बन आर देयर. Many reactions can take place like water gas, hydrogen gas generation, and that can cause big accident, or you can say explosion. Those reactions will come into the picture. So although summarized, but as far as ISJEC experience are concerned in terms of the boiler, everything is summarized in a very small points from this. I will just come another point also. Ash handling is very unfortunate that ash is being handled by the person who is least in knowledge. वो कैजुअल लेबर के हवाले कर दिया जाता है कि भाई आप लोग देखो, उसको तो खुद ही नहीं मालूम कि वो एक हॉपर खोलेगा, एक गेट खोलेगा, अंदर से क्या आने वाला है. So ash must be taken care with utmost importance. All the points are listed over there. First of all, all the why that is important, that is also written. Points which I want to highlight is the second point, awareness / mindset. It's जो आपका टूल टॉक होता है, उन सब में कैजुअल लेबर्स जो कि ऐश को हैंडल करते हैं उनको उसके पोटेंशियल्स बताइए. safety PPs, pseudo effect, poking principle, surrounding areas. I mean ऐसे भी cases हुए हैं जहाँ पे अगर वो जगह जहाँ से ऐश को निकालना था एक हॉपर के मैनहोल खोल के, वो एरिया इतना कंजस्टेड था कि वो ऐश गरम गरम आई, बाहर निकल ही नहीं पाया वो आदमी. So area has to be very, escape route has to be very clear, and practices are there, so that needs to be practices. Again, 2-3 slides, as for my understanding. Our life is made up of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, sky, air. If you talk about the power plant, also many enemies and many love stories are going on, just to understand the boiler in altogether different format. If you talk about the enemies, water and fire, these are the 2 biggest enemy of each other. In fact, this is the essence of the boiler. Just see from the another perspective. What human does, I mean designer, they put a barrier between them. If you put that in another perspective, this is showing you the clear picture of a tube damage mechanism. Water and fire being 2 enemies, they are creating a lot of impact from inside and from outside to the बेचारी tube के ऊपर पड़ रहा है, erosion, corrosion and all such things. Similarly, that is also recommended. Safeguarding this particular pressure part or tube, superheater, water wall, whatever, that is the good operation, good design, good maintenance of the boiler and all. This slide I will, again, not the right time to to describe, but this is also very true. In terms of, just see the tube material here, just like a human being. Of course, I need not to tell the balance 2 sides. Everybody understand what is घर वाली and बाहर वाली. बट ये ज़िंदगी का एक बहुत बड़ा वसूल देके जा रही है, खासकर सब क्रिटिकल प्रेशर बॉयलर्स. आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंस टू द सुपर क्रिटिकल. If this tube remains to be safe, I mean आपको अगर safe रहना है, तो tube material temperature is always governed by the media which is flowing inside. Always, you know all कि ट्यूब का मेटल टेम्परेचर फाइनली उसके अंदर पानी जा रहा है, हवा जा रही है या स्टीम ट्रेवल कर रही है, ट्यूब मेटल टेम्परेचर उसी से गवर्न होता है. तो ये फिलॉसफी इसमें भी बिल्कुल ट्रू बैठती है. अगर आपको अपनी ज़िंदगी भी सफल करनी है तो प्लीज़ फॉलो द इंटरनल मीडिया, नॉट द एक्सटर्नल मीडिया, बिकॉज एक्सटर्नल मीडिया इज़ ऑलवेज वेरी हॉट. ओके, this is also a true sense of the enemies which are fighting inside the boiler, particularly oxygen and hydrazine. So this is also a presentation of describing, generally we measure hydrazine as the residual ppm in feed water. It means सांप और नेवले की लड़ाई में अक्सर नेवला जीत के आता है. That means नेवले को treat at hydrazine. So it will come and it will tell you from the love story point of view. I think it's gone here. Water and air also need to be think from that perspective only, because water is present in the air is present in the water, and some of the cases are described in our boiler power plant, particularly air, that is oxygen present in the water, we call it as a dissolved oxygen. It has to be removed, no doubt deaerator and hydrogen dosing are done for that. And water present in the air we call as a humidity. Interestingly, if you heat the water, solubility of oxygen decreases. That is the principle of deaeration. एंड इसके उल्टा अगर आप हवा को गर्म करते हैं तो उसके अंदर पानी की क्वांटिटी बढ़ने लगती है. आई मीन द वाटर विच इट कैन एकोमोडेट, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज ह्यूमिडिटी. द ब्यूटिफुल पार्ट इज व्हेन द सेपरेशन फ्रॉम वाटर फ्रॉम एयर, जनरली in our human life, that we see that water vapor, dew, fog, mist, frost, all such things. To make you further understanding boiler in altogether different point, we all know that 3 types of heats are added in that. Superheat, latent, sensible heat. You must first recognize which are the parts where sensible heats are added, where latent heat is added, and where superheats are added. Understanding these parts very clearly will guide your type of damage mechanism that can happen to these parts which falling under these categories. 3 more fundamentals which is essential for you to understand. In a closed vessel, for the same pressure, water and steam both can exist and both will remain at the same temperature. This is first fundamental. I'm talking about the subcritical, I don't know supercritical. Whenever heat is added in such a mixture, water will take away first heat. And when you cool the such mixture, heat will be given by the water, steam first. And unless all the steam is converted into the water, then only water can be cooled further. This is important for you all to understand, particularly who are operating the boilers, is third phenomena is whenever you try to operate the boiler lower than the design temperature, feed water economizer inlet, then you need to reduce the load on the boiler. I have given, there is a theory behind that. There is no time, I will not explain, but I have just given a case of a 180 ton CFBC boiler where the design temperature was 230. By any reason, because of steam cutting the HP heater out, deaerator, sometimes steam reduced. As the feed water economizer inlet temperatures are reducing, designer have recommended to reduce the load accordingly. Most of the time, particularly using CFBC boilers, because अगर आप फीड वाटर कम टेम्परेचर पे चलाएंगे और बॉयलर को फुल लोड पे चलाएंगे, then the gas volume generated is quite high. First of all, ज़्यादा फ्यूल कंजम्पशन होगा एंड बॉयलर के अंदर इरोजन रेट्स वेरी वेरी हाई हो जाएगा और वो फिर आपका प्रॉब्लम कर सकता है आगे चल के. 3 very important thumb rule formulas for you to understand, those who are just keen to understand. For calculating the saturation temperature for any given boiler, you use, of course, steam table, but if you don't want, you can use this thumb rule formula, very handy. Saturation temperature for a given pressure can be calculated for any boiler is double square root of drum pressure into 100. Metal temperature of all the evaporator and risers where actually steam is formed, furnace, water wall tube जैसी चीज़ें, उसमें metal temperature you can do saturation temperature plus 26, and the expansion of metal you can calculate 1 millimeter per meter 100 degree for carbon steel, and for stainless steel is just double. This is also very important to know because in certain cases आपका वाटर वॉल जो है कार्बन स्टील का बना होता है, उसके अंदर सुपर हीटर में भी स्टेनलेस स्टील का हो, तो डिफरेंशियल एक्सपेंशन में सेम रूट्स में नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल. Now coming back to this, 3 important from the fuel combustion के point of view से, we all know that carbon burns fully, it gives CO2. When carbon burns half, it forms CO, and CO is responsible for most of the accidents that have occurred. But there are many things also. Later on, this CO forms further and it got converted into a CO2. This is the full heat. Further, there are few more reactions that can happen in your boiler. Of course, these are utilized in generally gasification. That is called as Boudard reaction. In your furnace at high temperature, carbon dioxide can react with your carbon and can form CO. And then same conditions, carbon can also interact with H2O and can again form CO and H2. That's why we recommend when the boiler has big tube leak, don't keep on running the boilers, feeding the water, because there is a high temperature, carbon is present, lot of CO formation takes place. That is called as water gas and whatever you want to say, you can say. And finally, water gas shift reaction can also take. So I'm just sharing this sheet this can explain you certain cases where after a tube leak there is an explosion. You must understand about the fuel ash characteristics, so that you know corrosion, erosion phenomena and all. This is a slide which is giving you 3 different, our boiler, we always want this combustion to take place, but many things are happening in the field of gasification and pyrolysis. This is also happening in the world. If you talk about, there are few slides which is related to the problems that have occurred in the CFBC boilers. Based on that, I have made these slides. Dust explosions can happen in a boiler. I have given you an example just now, coal bunker this evacuation, liquid fuel explosions, deflagration, detonation, puffs, and blowbacks. Important is for the CFBCs during coal firing, it's always recommended that one operator has to complete that process. ये ना हो जाए कि start किसी और ने किया, उसके बाद में उसका shift change है, दूसरा आने वाला है. बहुत सारे cases इसी चक्कर में finally land up either into the clinker or the big accidents. Physical verification at each feeder, coal feeder is mandatory. आप जितना command दे रहे हैं, कोयला उसी हिसाब से जा रहा है. And then O2 trends must be and no wet fuel to be honored. In CFBC, I'm just trailing, 3 types of accidents have occurred in terms of explosion. This is a view of the CFBC. One below the grid panel, which is purely the air side. Another is within the combustor, furnace, within the combustor. And the third type of accident or puff or explosions have occurred in the convective pass, maybe in the economizer, maybe air heater, or sometimes in the ESPs also. I have listed some of the parts which got damaged. So just have a look on this, some of the pictures where such accidents, all are not from SGEC boiler, just try to tell you. I mean, these are collected from various boilers, particularly from CFBCs. Lot of accidents. I mean, we'll talk about these things later on, what were the reasons for that. But yes, reasons were categorized, either one of them, which we have listed in the bulleted points. पिक्चर्स तो बहुत ज़्यादा भयानक हो सकती है. साफ तो दिखाएंगे अभी कुछ पिक्चर्स जिसमें ऐसा भी कहा जाता है कमज़ोर हृदय वाले ना देखें तो अच्छा है. But anyway, lot of distortions and certain cases manpower is also lost. This is one of the case where literally there was no water in the boiler. Tubes got starved. This is a case where the explosion occurred in the wind box side. This is a PA duct which got, this is a wind box which got, blasted. This is also similar thing, air side. Eco casing, superheater casing got damaged. Chhattisgarh, there was a big accident where downcomer pipe got detached, buck stays got haywire. Also ESP outlet. Not limited to CFBC, there are many bagasse-fired boiler, biomass-fired boiler where such accidents have occurred. This is also one of the typical outside India also. I mean ESP, this is a air heater module, the top had gone, that is a ESP outlet that has gone out. So, learning point of view, if you talk about, generally these have occurred either during light up, during shutdown, or during blackout condition. This is very important, blackout, suddenly the power has caused. In many of the cases, explosions have occurred because after the tube leak, and this is a big tube leak, and most responsible gas identified for explosion is carbon monoxide. The theory behind all such cases are given in this, just to make you aware that the first category, which is below the furnace, that is air side, for the type 1 explosion below the, generally in the running boiler, if suddenly blackout comes, all the big mass which is there in the furnace gets sinked in. वो नीचे बैठता है और बैठते बैठते because air nozzles के through carbon monoxide, even some carbon particle also comes back to the wind box. अब उस time पे wind box is full of CO. No doubt there is a fire also within the furnace. अगर उसके बाद में जैसे ही आपने पंखा चलाया और कहीं उसको एक लिंक मिला, वो पूरा विंड बॉक्स सहित पूरा उखाड़ देगा. ये फर्स्ट थ्योरी ऑफ एक्सप्लोजन है. सेकेंड में विद इन द फर्नेस मोस्ट पॉसिबल कॉजेज आर दैट वाटर गैस रिएक्शंस, जिसमें आइदर या तो कार्बन बहुत ज़्यादा इकट्ठा हो गया, CO फॉर्म हो गई, उससे ब्लास्ट हुआ, या फिर बॉयलर चल रहा था, ट्यूब लीक हुआ, बहुत बड़ा ट्यूब लीक हुआ, बहुत सारा पानी अंदर गया, एंड देन all such reactions which we shown you can form and can create combustion, explosion. Third theory means third place of explosion is the back pass, where there is an economizer or a heater, where hoppers or within the system some unburneds are getting accumulated, and that can cause CO and finally can create jabardast problem. So we at ISJIC have carried out, particularly in CFBC boilers, we have learned a lot and taken care in our design and all such things, guidelines. So same thing we have listed here, furnace temperature should, when it is less than 540, definitely this is a time where a lot of CO formation takes place. Between 540 and 760, this is a point when the coal firing is getting stabilized. More than 760 furnace temperature is a low risk zone. Wet coal field during that time is very high. Inadequate purging, bypass safety interlock, tube leak is also critical, and unevacuated ash hoppers are called as risk factors. So we have taken care. Of course, those who have ISJIC CFBC boiler can call us and we can take all such things audited in your boiler, whether everything is taken care or not. What is important is early tube leak detection. We have a program where we can put in all the instruments, and as soon as there is some pinhole leakage that can detect, early tube leak detection is always better. We have also started using explosion door installation, particularly economizer sections where some pressurization incidences have occurred, so that to safely evacuate those extra gases. It's also very important for the CFBC boilers. Your soot blower must be operating very perfectly and cleaning all the surfaces, particularly economizer and air heaters, where in such cases where some incidents have occurred and a lot of ash is already piled upon these surfaces, that can cause a very, very big pressurization incidences. So just to summarize things, if you talk about CFBC boilers, few things on the CFBC boilers, because people are sitting, they must be wondering what is this CFBC. So we know that for any burning, time, temperature, turbulence are required, and the three modes of heat. In addition to PC boilers, PF boiler, the next best technology that incorporate all those things is fluidized bed boilers, AFBC, and its big brother called as CFBC. Fluidized word came from the fluid because at 900 degrees centigrade, coal, ash, and bed material behaves like a fluid. Some of the properties of the fluid is listed over there. These are now coming back to the CFBC boilers. In India, three type of technologies are there for the circulating fluidized bed boiler. ISJIC follows the right one, which is a cyclone technology. Middle one is ThyssenKrupp technology. They also incorporate cyclone. And the first one here is the Thermax. They don't have any cyclone, but to capture the particle, they are putting internal recirculation beams. They are just putting some beams over there. So whatever bed material and coal particle which is going and then collected back and sent back. Here also, everything is going, unburned carbon and all such particles are sent back. Here also the similar thing. The important part I just wanted to highlight is the circulation, collection point of view. It's a cyclone technology. Here also they are made up of refractory end plate. Here our cyclones are made up of pressure parts. So the difference is it's a purely pressure part, so no need of any big refractories and all. Many may say this is a hot cyclone, cold cyclone, but these definition must be considered from the gas temperature point of view, which is entering into the cyclone, as well as metal temperature of the cyclone. Just a slide which, just for your interest, difference between AFBC and CFBC technology. One is the velocities, where AFBC's velocities are low as compared to CFBC. And another very important is the air nozzle pressure drop, which is considered 125, 150 in case of AFBC, and CFBC is close to 500. Just imagine within the furnace, full furnace is fluidizing, 550 meter, 40 meter height, that is fluidizing. A turbulent created like anything, time, temperature, turbulence are there always in the CFBC boiler. That's why the unburned carbon levels in the CFBC boilers are very close to 1 to 1.5. which is not possible in any other technology. I mean, I'm talking about, not I'm talking about the PC boilers, but other technology that cannot be achieved such a low unburnt carbon levels. This is a typical CFBC boiler design, I mean, which is followed by the ISJEC, just to make you every parts are written. The main furnace is here. Here there is a air nozzles through which the fluidization take place. Combustion takes place, gas, ash and unburnt carbon particle goes to the second pass, which is made up of pressure part again, where it is given a cyclonic turn. A particle size less than 63 micron is allowed to go away, rest oz is calculated, I mean circulated back within the furnace. That's why it's called as circulating fluidized bed. This technology only can fire very high GCV fuel like petroleum coke, which is having 8,000 GCV, and the worst fuel like char and washery reject, which is having 1,700 kilocalorie value. Just some of the part. This is a water-cooled cyclone separator. It's particularly in circular in the shape. And very important part in the CFBC boiler, when the circulated material is sent back to the furnace, it's not directly connected. There is a seal system is there. This seal system is given to avoid bypassing of the fluidization which is happening in the furnace directly going to the cyclone. Instead, this is acting as a NRV. This is very important part in the CFBC boiler, and its running is very, very important. And third thing is a vortex finder, which is at the top of the cyclone. 63 micron and less, and gas is coming out from there. So this is a technological, technology of CFBC boiler. These are some of the boilers. Just from your understanding point of view, those who are having CFBC boiler, particularly ISJEC, must keep on carrying three things always in the shutdown. After any shutdown is the DP study. DP study means checking the health of your nozzles. Air nozzles through the air is coming, because everything is dependent on this. DP study must be done. They must be given a chart in the initial stage. You must do the DP study so that your nozzle conditions are checked. And third thing is loop seal checking. This is a seal which we were talking about. The collected material is coming from here, and it takes U-turn and then comes back. So here 100 millimeter distance, that is particularly a seal. Those who just wanted to understand the concept of seal, you must be using daily, in your toilet seat is again a type of seal only, which is connected to your commode and all. That will give you an idea. Some of the interlocks which are given in our CFBC boilers, that is there. But again, I am requesting, your boiler may be old, but yes, please contact ISJEC, particularly if you have ISJEC boilers, just to see that all the relevant safety interlocks are and new updates are available in the boiler and all. There is a particular sequence of starting every equipment that is given in this list. Not going to talk about this more. But yes, from the maintenance point of view, this is very, very important, because within the furnace, lot of very high rate of circulation, very high velocity particle. So erosion is the primary reason of failure in the water wall tubes. So furnace must be inspected very, very thoroughly, and but if you are using, then you must find that your CFBC boiler is different, and you must do all the things first time right. And you always check the boiler during shutdown, particularly in combustor, that is furnace, from all these perspectives. Just imagine a boiler where in the furnace, if you leave 1 mm scrap or fin is mismatching, it may land up into the failure in 6 month operation of time. So such precautions, precisement is required. Areas without fin mismatch, uneven fit with excess weld reinforcement, these must be checked and followed, as per the OEM recommendations. From this slide, I just wanted to highlight one very important point to all the ISJEC boiler CFBC users. If you want, after certain rate of erosion, if you want to change the furnace water wall, this is a kick out zone. from here up to 5 meter, 4 to 5 meter, you must plan your replacement with at least 5 meter height, not with 2 meter or 1 meter. It doesn't mean because you will put unnecessary weld joint. This is very highly recommended. You must replace the panel with 5 meter height only, so that your weld joint will come above 5 meter, which is a less dangerous zone from the erosion point of view. Refractories are very, very important. So you must use, because here high potential, so different type of refractories are used. You must use the correct refractory in the correct areas. Or almost. That's just okay. So refractories must be put at the correct place and correct inspection must be carried out. Yeah, this is a view of furnace inside. Top is the wing wall evaporator or wing wall superheater tube. This is the area from the furnace from where the gases are going to the cyclone. At this area, the velocities are close to 25, 26 meter per second. We call it as a target wall zone. That's why refractory is applied over there. During any shutdown, big shutdown, you must put full scaffolding in the furnace and inspect each and every area carefully. Then only your CFBC boiler, after doing the rightful, needful corrections in the shutdown, next 1 year you can run very easily without any problem. Again, some of the areas from where we have found some issues that can be checked during the shutdown. Efficiency point of view, just again a thumb rule formulas, you must also know 1% efficiency change means 20-degree increase in the back-end temperature will land up in 1% efficiency. So always keep cleaning your evaporative or convective surfaces. For every 25% increase, you will lose increase in excess here. If hydrogen is increasing, if moisture is increasing, just for awareness. And if you talk about the factors affecting efficiency in the very simple way it is written, everybody knows that. I need not to tell, but yes, the point which is last 3 is very, very important. Low feed water inlet temperature that we have talked about. Air preheater must be treated very correctly. Otherwise, you may land up in big problem. The biggest problem with air heater is not a pressure part. So it's given not a due importance, but it can create havoc in your boiler. Operation at lower load is calling low efficiency. Understand your boiler well for the safe practices. Clear operating practices. Clear light up and shutdown procedures must be laid down. Protocol system. Handover practices, which is very relevant. Monitor water, fuel, ash periodically. Oxygen analyzer should always be kept in healthy condition. I mean, these are some of the point which is relevant for the users who are using, say, process boilers or even 100 TPH, 200 TPH boilers. Keep records. So these are the 2 slides by which I am ending my presentation. I must thank Director of Boilers and all those you who have given us an opportunity for such a wonderful, excellent platform to share all those things. So 2 lines are again I have written. The journey of this is not to listen from this year and pass on from this year, but to keep adopting safe practices, just to reach to that Carnot cycle, which is of course impossible in the morning, but we aim to have that. And last but not least is this is your boiler. And finally, while running the boiler, the person who is dealing with the boiler, associated with the boiler, keep all your 5 senses live, not only 1 sense. All your 5 senses should be live like this. This will give you the clear picture how to keep your senses very live to have a very safe boiler operation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation explaining the science behind the working principles involved in a CFBC boiler. And if any question is there, may please note it down. We will have query solved towards the end of this session.
No, it's all right. That looks fine. So please note down the questions, whatever you have to this presentation, and then we'll take up all those questions towards the end of the sessions, after completion of another 2 presentations.
Sir,
Please note down your questions.
So now I invite Sri Arvinda Samanta sir, AGM CCOS Raipur, to deliver his presentation on the topic challenges in operation and maintenance of high pressure boilers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, after this very entertaining, educating presentation, this is going to be more of a technical session on operation and maintenance. So my presentation is mostly focused towards pulverized fuel-fired traditional high-pressure boilers and the issues that we are facing over here. So before I start, let me express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Deputy Director Behra sir and the top management of NTPC KANIHA for giving me this opportunity, and also sir for hosting such a noble event, which I should say noble event because this is for a noble cause like safety. Because what is the significance of safety that many of us may not have realized yet. I myself faced a major catastrophic incidents at the starting of my career when I had only 2 years passed in boiler maintenance way back in 2003-4. So that was, if you experience such type of events, that you can never forget your whole life. So always safety is paramount. There is no compromise on it. So I once again express my gratitude and congratulate the Boiler Directorate Odisha because they have taken off this noble cause, sir. So from my presentation, I will be really mobilized if you take away some of the points, at least 1 or 2 each one, and implement in your boiler for improvement of safety and reliability, both. They both go hand in hand. So my presentation outline will be like this. Down the slides, I will have the power scenario of India, the impact of flexible operation on boiler safety, boiler operational as well as maintenance safety. Why I am touching up this? Because there are a lot of challenges. I obviously cannot take up all in one small presentation. The obvious challenge that we are already facing, and I think almost all power plants are bound to face this flexible operation in down the years. In coming days, many of you must be facing in the solar hour, the technical minimum, now the pressure for 2-shift operation, and so on and so on. So maintenance challenges under flexible resin. Then we will walk through the challenge mitigation measures. What are the measures you can take to mitigate such challenges? Then causes of some boiler explosions and their case study, and relevant framework to prevent such incidences with the examples of NFPA and CEA. So this is the power map of India, where you can see the NTPC is, as you all know, the largest power producer of India with an installed capacity of 91,030 megawatt as on date, which is nearly 17% of installed capacity, but we are generating 24% with this 17%. So this is the backup. I will not go through this. We are also started our journey in renewable and taking very fast leap in it. Yeah, this is a very interesting map where the left one indicates this 30th September 2025 is a milestone event date in Indian history, where our out of total installed capacity of 476 megawatt, 240 megawatt were from non-fossil compared to 236 in the fossil. The non-fossil fuel installed capacity has taken over the fossil capacity. That is the milestone event. Though in generation, still we are getting majority from the coal, but very soon it is going to take up. Like you can see, By 2030, we have an ambitious target of installing 500 megawatt of non-fossil capacity. So why I am showing all this is, as and more renewable and non-fossil comes up, because of their diurnal nature, seasonal nature, and of generation, your units are going for more and more flexibilization. Okay. So you have to be prepared for that. By 2070, okay, I hope most of those who are present in this hall will be retired by that time. Here also another similar line of comparison. As you can see, total India generation compared to last year 24-25, in 25-26 there was a marginal increase of only 14 billion unit. Whereas in coal, the generation decreased by almost 50 billion unit. Total India, all India generation though increased, the coal generation has decreased. So this shows the future. In the bottom also it has been shown the growth over the last year. REs, renewable energies, have all grown with the green, whereas the coal has decreased by 3.16%. So what are the major impact that we are facing due to cyclic loading? During unit startup and shutdown, because frequent operations during improper layup and shutdown practices will lead to corrosion. Improper unit startup, very frequent startup and all will lead to a fatigue, and attenuation rate and quantity will lead to the condensate blockage, faster deterioration of your pressure parts components. The load following and ramping up and ramping down will lead to fatigue and temperature excursions. So low load operation can lead to flame instability and flame failure. You all must be already encountering many flame failure incidences. Then even this cyclic operation can lead to aberrations in water chemistry. Cycle chemistry parameters can get distorted because the salt solubility changes with change in pressure and temperature to the water. Yeah, so what are the maintenance challenges that we are facing because of this cyclic operation? You can see here, this is one graph which shows the increase in attachment failures that we are facing from 2019, when cyclic operation has increased substantially. You can see, especially the red one, the supercritical boilers, attachment failure is increasing exponentially. Whereas subcritical, why this is happening, you can ask me at the end, or otherwise I will also touch upon in my subsequent slides. Okay, cyclic operation is happening both in subcritical as well as supercritical. By what it is more predominantly affecting the supercritical. Okay, so this is the phenomenon, how it is affecting. When the rapid load change is taking place, naturally the material tend to expand and contract with variation in load and temperature. Okay, but there are many rigid or restraints are given for boiler support and design. It naturally, any structure cannot stand on its own. There has to be some restraint and support systems. Okay. Like box-state attachments will be there, corner hinges will be there, so many seal boxes, manual door, peephole doors, so many entry-exit, wall blower, peephole, all those attachments are bound to be there, which are always acts as a restraint points. Okay, fin bar, membrane welding fins. So whenever they were carrying out a welding, apart from the restraint that it welding in external members for the support or a boiler entry or exit provisioning, there itself a differential expansion provision will come, because heat is transferring from the fire to first to the boiler tube hot side, then through to the cold side, then again to the attachment member that is welded to it. So differential temperature and expansion are bound to take place. So whenever temperature gradient is changing, this differential expansion will be always coming into play. And whenever you are doing a welding, there is a heat affected zone. The heat affected zone, or HAZ, they are also the property of the material changes. So these ultimately leads to a low cycle fatigue. Can anybody tell what is low cycle fatigue? Fatigue we all know, whenever you are giving a repetitive, a compressive and expansive load to a material. Anyway, from the childhood, we all have broken many steel plates or anything by just twisting. That is what is fatigue is all about. Okay, but what is low cycle fatigue again? Okay, I'll explain that down the slides. So these are the areas in a boiler where mostly the fatigue phenomenon is coming into play. Okay, why I am again and again telling about fatigue? Because this is as I have already shown in my graph, increasing exponentially, this is the type of failure which has really bothered us in recent years. Okay, earlier days you all know the BTL means it was mostly because of erosion or weld failure or overheating or corrosion. Okay, these were the four predominant type of failure mechanism that was affecting us. But of late, all those we have worked upon but were substantially controlled, whereas fatigue, we are still wondering how to control. And this is increasing tremendously out of control. Now it has become the most predominant failure mechanism in our boilers. So this is in water valve, because it is exposed to the external environment also. If your insulation is not proper and all, you will find corrosion fatigue. Corrosion fatigue is nothing but combination of fatigue and corrosion. Then headers are vulnerable, especially in the nozzle. Nozzle means wherever anything is starting from the vent pipe, drain pipe or any coil which is starting from the header. Those areas, because there will be a thick and thin member attachment. So obviously the differential expansion will be there. Then welding members and fin joints like any water wall panel or as we have already discussed. Then economizers, they experience internal shocks whenever during startup and shutdown. Startup, you are giving cold water. Sudden grasping of cold water in some of our boilers, failure has happened. Suddenly the eco inlet stop is coming out from the header. It is suddenly snapping out. Okay, if somebody has faced this type of failure, then it must be wondering what is happening. So these are the cause of that. So this is also a similar explanation of the same phenomenon that I have been explaining, simple through physics, how differential expansion and the restraint bars, wherever it is, because in a coil tube, had it been coil, other than the header where it is fixed, it is free to expand. There is hardly any differential expansion. The connectors are giving a flexible connector which allows a differential expansion between the adjacent tubes. But in water wall, there is no such design is possible. That is why it's our 80% of our attachment failures are happening in water wall only. I think this already we have discussed. Okay, so this is a stop joint failure that is happening especially in our steam cooled wall, the second pass or back pass bottom header. Okay, back pass bottom header, where from the header the SCW is starting. At that point, if many of those who are working in pressure part can appreciate, a stop joint crack is a very predominant common failure mechanism. This is also happening because of the similar differential expansion, and header is expanding laterally, whereas the tube is expanding vertically. Okay, so this differential expansion always comes into picture, and this phenomenon is more predominant towards the end, because the header expansion starts from the center point of the header, from the whole length if you consider, the mid section of the header is a zero expansion, and it is expanding both sides. So L alpha T, so maximum expansion will happen towards the end of the header. Okay, so that is why both the corner stops you will find the cracking very frequently. Okay. Yeah, this is some of the pictures of the failure that I have been explaining from the water wall. There is a real picture of failures that we have faced. First one is water wall fin attachment weld failures. Then this is a LRSB seal box corner failure, that is a scallop weld joint failure. Okay, scallop bars are given welded from which your seal plate is hanging from the scallop bar. And for many other provisions, the scallops are welded onto the tube. And there also this is a wind box, where wind box is coming from the secondary air connection, wind box corner. This picture is not very clear because steam was coming out when the photograph was taken. Because of the steam, this picture is bit hazy. So the major causes, once again elaborated: high cyclic operation, OD initiated crack, usually at the toe of the, how you can distinguish if it is a fatigue crack? The crack is initiated from the ID side or the OD side of the tube. You just check if it is a OD initiated crack, as well as at the toe of the weld. Okay, attachment weld, it's a fillet weld, we know all what is toe of the weld. If they from the toe of the weld, then it is mostly a fatigue crack. This is another phenomenon that we are facing in the innermost bends of any pendant coil, where the bend curvature is very less, R by D ratio we call. Okay, the bend radius is very less. There again this fatigue is coming into picture because there will be differential expansion between the two legs. One is inlet leg, one is outlet leg. So obviously there will be a differential expansion between them, but when the horizontal portion at the bottom portion width is more, it is able to cater to the differential expansion. But in a squeeze bend, the horizontal portion, there is no horizontal portion to take this differential expansion between the inlet leg and the outlet leg, which is resulting in this type of crack. So the major factors contributing to these are cyclic loading, excessive attemperation spray, and high temperature operation. All these aberrations are possible whenever you are going for frequent startup, shutdown, or load ramp up and ramp down. So what are the mitigating measures? Solution annealing is nothing but stress relieving of stainless steel, because you have to increase now the flexibility of the material, a material that which can cater to more high cyclic loading. Okay, more toughness you have to induce into the metallurgy. And stress relieving method, then increasing the bend radius. Now in new specs, technical specs of NTPC, we have specified the R by D ratio. It cannot be less than 3, okay, in any bend. So dissimilar weld joint failure, this is a common failure in almost all old boilers, because dissimilar weld at one side, the metallurgical difference, so one side expansion is more, one side expansion is less. So because of this, they are always the dissimilar welds are subjected to high differential load stress. Okay, so because of this, whenever you are going for more startup shutdown, more load ramp up, ramp down, temperature difference is there, more and more stress this joint is being subjected. Through the picture it is being shown how the stress is acting over the heat, and finally it is leading to failure. Transient and cold condensate, this is mostly a predominant phenomenon you will find from the headers wherever drain and vents are coming. In one of our unit, the reheater vent line, HRH vent was never being opened. It was always kept closed because it is always a reheater, we feel that it is connected to vacuum, no need of opening the vent line. Okay, but the condensate was getting accumulated there and coming to the point where it is starting. So this type of condensation to a hot header coming and again and again getting accumulated over there can lead to this type of failures. Also economizer headers also can be getting subjected to this because of the, if you are giving very cold feed water. Okay. During low load operation, especially this is happening in supercritical boilers. Okay, because supercritical are once through boiler, there is no margin of any reserve, water reserve like you get in a drum where there is circulation ratio is there. So in low load operation, whatever in supercritical we all know it once through, whatever feed water is coming that has go out as the superheated steam. So when you are running in technical minimum load, so already your feed rate is almost 50% or 60% of what is to the rated capacity or the full load. So that time, many tubes we are finding that the flow is highly inadequate, because even though the designer is bound to design for all loads for equal flow and minimum flow through all the tubes, but flow imbalance is happening, and some tubes are getting starved, what we feel, and during low load operation, continuous those units which are frequently load ramping up, ramping down, there we are finding this type of overheating. This is a fatigue, creep fatigue phenomenon, you can say. This is not only fatigue, this is a creep fatigue, both our combination is happening, and if there is any welding that is affecting the HAZ fast, even on the bare parent metal tube also this type of phenomenon is happening very frequently. Like our Dallipalli and Gadarwara both are similar units, but both are same generation, same design, but Dallipalli being a stable load unit, this type of phenomenon very rare, but in Gadarwara always cycling, and we are facing this problem very predominantly. Yeah, this is the basic theory which is affecting our designer's concept. Whenever we design a boiler, we design for a certain life. Like the bottom one is creep life, the vertical is fatigue, creep and fatigue. So creep fatigue interaction, it shows that what we call creep is the time dependent strain. Okay. So time and temperature both are judged by creep. Temperature designer already taken care. So time mostly they take a creep life of 2 lakh running hour for designing. But that 2 lakh is when the fatigue factor is 0. Okay. You can see as I increase my fatigue component, okay, my life reduces, creep life reduces substantially. If I give at 0% creep life, if 100% fatigue failure, this is this y-axis, okay. But if I just give 10% of creep of the fatigue, suppose fatigue is 2 lakh running hour is the creep life, and suppose I will say 10 lakh is the fatigue cycle. 10 lakh fatigue cycle life means without any creep, just I keep on bending the material instantly, after 10 lakh cycle it will fail. So out of 10 lakh, if just 20,000, if I give 20,000 cycle of fatigue, 10% means 10,000 fatigue cycle, then the creep life is reducing by 70%. It is coming to 30% of life. That is the significance of fatigue. So practically this is what low cycle fatigue. Initially I asked you, what is a low cycle fatigue? Okay, this is what low cycle fatigue with just 10% of fatigue life, it is consuming 70% of my creep life based on who is the designer designs my boiler. So that is why this creep fatigue interaction is very vital. Okay, so if you go for a continuous 2-shift operation, it will increase the fatigue loading to 60%. Just with flexible operation, we are giving 20% of fatigue life. Okay, one more phenomenon I just wanted to touch upon. This is exfoliation. Okay. Other than those who have worked in supercritical boiler, this phenomenon may not have been very well known. That is why I thought of touching upon this phenomenon. Okay, exfoliation is nothing but, we all know that any metal which is in higher temperature and coming in contact with air or atmosphere, oxidation is bound to happen. But in ferritic steels means up to low alloy steels, carbon steel, T11, T22 and blah blah, all those, the oxidation that happens is highly adhesive. It is of the same material property as that of the parent metal. That is why it doesn't get dislodged or fall off, chip up or fall off from the material. Whereas in stainless steel, the basic parent metal is of austenitic stainless steel, we call it. Okay. But the oxidation layer that forms in a stainless steel whenever you are operating at beyond temperature, that is of ferritic nature. So there is highly differential the coefficient of linear expansion of this ferritic and austenitic steel is very different. Okay, as already Tewari had told that it is 2 times. He had shown a thumb rule slide. That was a very good slide. You must have seen that coefficient of linear expansion of stainless steel is 2x of that of the ferritic steel. So that is why always there is whenever this differential expansion will come into picture, whenever during startup, shutdown, and ramp up, ramp down. Okay, so during startup and shutdown, the differential expansion between stainless steel and its oxide layer formed inside comes into picture, and those it doesn't allow itself the oxide layer to get thickened. Whenever it is very thin flakes of oxide layer gets chipped off and falls to the bottom of the bend. Okay, so those thin oxide layers, because this is of maximum 100 micron, mostly its thickness is in the range of 50 to 60 micron to the maximum to the tune of 100 micron. So these small thin flakes, they form and clog the bottom of the bend. When then you don't know, you have started down the unit, started off, both the phenomena, some exfoliation flakes fallen into your bottom loop, and when you are going to you have synchronized the unit, as you increase the load, the heat increases in the furnace. Wherever the highest temperature will be there, that in that zone, your what will happen? Let me see how much people are involved and listening properly. Your bottom bend is choked, you are increasing the load to the full load. What will happen? Very good. Short-term overheating will happen. Okay. Where it will happen? No, it will not. The answer is where it is getting the highest heat, highest radiant heat. The whole loop is now blocked. You block at any point, but it will burst only when it is getting the highest heat. Okay. So here the same phenomenon has been explained, and the values of differential expansion has been enumerated. Okay, like T22, T91, 13.2 to 11.2 or something, but here is it, you see the expansion in 304, 347 is 18.3, 18, 19 in that leg. Okay, so these materials are most vulnerable is 300 series steel. Okay, this type of short-term overheating happens, and this graph, okay, this is showing something else. I will explain that also a little bit, just 1 minute, but this type of bottom bend blockage will happen. Okay, so what is the solution? Among all 300 series stainless steel, 347 is most susceptible to exfoliation. That is why an NTPC has banned in all our new specification usage of any 347H steel in new boilers. Okay, already the reputed manufacturer like Doosan and all, they were not giving 347. We are also not knowing why they were not giving. But after burning our fingers, we have come to know that is why 347 for a higher temperature above 600 degree exfoliation will start. Even though they tell above 600 degree the stainless steel usage you can start, starting temperature, but just the reverse phenomenon is happening. So here one more phenomenon has been shown, that is condensate blockage. If you give abnormally high spray during startup, okay, condensate pooling can happen, and the water, it is a sort of water blockade at the bottom of the bend can lead to the similar type of phenomenon. That is why the primary method of controlling is during startup, the firing rate has to be low. Superheater spray requirement has to be controlled in such a way that superheater outlet temperature should be above the 20 degree of your saturation temperature. Okay, that logic we have inbuilt to our system. Yeah, here one more thing, what I have tried to predict. The first one is, now we have inbuilt a pi-based data dashboard, though I have not kept that picture in my slide, for precision monitoring of our vertical water wall temperature. Mainly this is for supercritical units, obviously. If it is going, an alarm has been given provision at more than 490 degree. As I told already, during low load operation, due to inadequate flow, the high temperature excursion is happening in the water wall, and that type of severe failures are happening. I had shown the picture. For weld quality, this is just one slide on weld quality. For weld quality reliability, we are now employing more and more pout for safety. This is again safety fact is the predominant factor, because radiation hazards and all in radiography is a major issue. That is why we are propagating pout, and this is the advantage of pout, where you can carry out, you can deploy multiple machines during daytime when all workers are involved inside the boiler. And earlier days in water wall, pout we are successfully using in our pendant coils and coil connection joints. But this is a recent development that we have done is in vertical water wall. Earlier we are doing radiography by cutting the fins. By cutting the fin, then putting the radiography film and source, and we were taking one joint at a time, and it was a highly time consuming and cumbersome process. Okay, that was not practically feasible to take more than 100-200 joints in an overhauling. But now we are taking 3-4 joints at a time, because panel to panel connection joints only comes in water wall. So long film we are putting, and 3-4 joints at a time we are taking in a single shot. Though the joints are coming, the radiography film is coming along with the fin welding, still with 90% reliability of the joints we are able to define with those type of radiography. With POUT we are doing only 120 degree, out of 360 degree, maximum 120 degree we are able to cover. So that was not giving us much good result. So these are the advantages, that is what I have tabulated. Okay, so what are the mitigating action that we are taking? Increasing flexibility to the extent possible, especially wherever differential expansion. As I told, increasing the radius of the bend. In seal boxes and all, we are cutting slits on the seal box. Okay, trying to increase the flexibility. Modified maintenance practice is low heat input welding procedure. I mean, you employ lowest possible welding electrode size. Okay, lowest possible weld current. In any electrode, you will find a range of current specified from 80 to 100. You insist the welder to weld at 80 ampere only, because that will increase the toughness of the weld metal. Okay, so extensive ND checking during overhauling and opportunity. We have been with flexible operation, fatigue, cracks and all. You have to increase DPT, NDT, POUT, and more thousands we are doing during in operation. Very slow startup shutdown procedures we have to employ. The rate of metal temperature rise, irrespective of load ramp up and ramp down, should not be more than 3 degrees centigrade per minute. Okay, that you try to control within that. Minimum load, you should not go much below. So stricter control on water chemistry. So this is what I have tabulated, the same thing now here, that operations, maintenance and technology. So this already I have illuminated. System flexibility, low heat input electrode. Yeah, this is what APR, NTPC has now started, AI-based detail monitoring system, advanced pattern recognition, where thousands of data will be collected and being monitored in a very close AI-based software, so that we get an advanced pattern of any damage that is initiating to our pressure parts component. The battery energy storage system, why I pointed out this is you can say a green light at the end of the tunnel for us, because if the base integration happens in a large scale during the solar peak hour, we can go for charging of base instead of backing down our thermal units, which is affecting us badly. So now coming to the operation sides, here I have tried to mainly capture the major case studies that have led to catastrophic events in boiler history of boiler operation. So here, this is the basic theory of lower explosive limit, upper explosive limit. Within this range, the explosion happens, we all know. But this is a catch in that with any fuel, you will find a specified LEL and UVL in its material safety data sheet and everywhere. But this value is not fixed. Okay, remember this LEL and SEL can also change with temperature. Then the explosive behavior also changes with fuel volatility. The temperature spikes, fuel volatility increases. If you increase the pressure inside the furnace, the reactivity of the fuel compression accelerates the reaction rates. The diameter, if the furnace size is more, after the explosion has happened, it will travel in a very fast pace, and if the dimension is more, it will cause more damage. Okay, massive explosion propagation can damage more. So for larger the furnace, the more damage you will always encounter. So these are the main three factors that lead to these boiler explosions. In draft and air failures, where inadequate purging, then low airflow operations for a prolonged period, All these things have been enumerated quite well in NFPA 85. Why I am thrusting upon this again and again? Okay, National Fire Protection Association, who is in non-profit organization established in USA in 1896, which have detailed guideline on boiler safety. All your boiler FSSS logics, boiler safety guidelines are based on NFPA 85 only. So if anybody interested, this is available in the net. Even I can also share that is available. So it is very detailed guideline is there. You go through it. It is the Bible, you can say, with regard to boiler safety. Especially NFPA is a very vast thing. 85 pertains to boiler safety, combustion safety. Then fuel and combustions, accumulation of unburnt fuel, poor burning of oil, low temperature, low pressure, low atomization, passing of fuel valves, poor combustion of coals. This all you all know. One point I want to thrust upon that recently NTPC is thrusting upon taking oil gun in a distorted furnace. Generally, it's a tendency for all those who have worked in operation must be knowing that my flame is flickering. I have to save the boiler, take oil gun, take oil gun. That is a common tendency. But never do that. If your flame is flickering, okay, furnace is unstable, don't take oil gun. This is what this has led to many catastrophic incidences. Okay, so never take oil gun when your furnace is unstable, you feel. Because there can be partial unburnt fuels which can lead to explosion. Similarly, the flame coupled with failure, trip valve failed to close. This is my first case study involves with this. This is a very old boiler. Russian make boiler was there, where the total power failure happened, which led to the trip valve not closing. It remained open. When the power is restored, the power was restored in the fuel oil pump house, and the fuel oil pump house auto start happened. The trip valves were already open. So lot of oil accumulation happened inside the boiler, and when they gave the command of the oil gun, the blast happened. Okay, so all those are in NTPC, sir, they know, but this was really a major incidents. You see, they just first come to the impact. It resulted in a multiple fatalities of including foreign nationals. This was a pathetic, giving very bad repute to the organization as well as very low morale. So this type of incidents has to be prevented at any cost. The fail-safe logic should not be tampered with at any cost. Okay, in case of any disruption, you manual valve also you can close. Enforce long recirculation when after the purging of the fans. Generally we keep the boilers on short recirculation. You have to go for long recirculation. HFO temperature is more than 120 degree. Never bypass the HFO header pressure and atomizing steam pressure and all. You should never bypass. So NFPA, if you see the clause number 4.6.3.2.3, they have enumerated these points already, which has affected this case. Okay. If you would have followed in case of any power supply interruption, now we are power failure, not power failure. They are telling power interruption, excursion, deeps, voltage deep, recovery is transient, partial loss of power. In all these cases, you have to go for fail-safe. Fail-safe means your all fuel should be cut off. Okay. Then if there is memory corruption and losses, information transfer corruption. There is one case study down the line on information transfer corruption. Input and output failing, signal that is unreadable, failure to address processor fault. In all these cases, you have to go back to the fail-safe logic. Like their HOTB was closed because the fail-safe was not acting. Okay, this is another case study where a 500 megawatt boiler, bottom ash upper buildup was there, reaching up to 21 meter. Complete ash, because there was a ash evacuation problem, fly ash and bottom ash evacuation problems were there. It was not through properly, so leading to this type of accumulation. Load was reduced, but they did not stop the unit. That was the blunder. And at one corner, burner tilt was down. Okay, so 21 meter sealing through bottom ash upper accumulation, unburnt fuels were getting because low load, low air firing was taking place, already reducing atmosphere was there, lot of fuel accumulation happened, on the clinker that was deposited up to 21 meter, and one corner was firing but downward. So the explosion first happened in that corner only, and finally it propagated up to the eco hopper. Even the eco hopper was dislodged. Lot of casualty happened in this case. The furnace pressure went beyond 1500 millimeter water column for 25 seconds. It was 1500 millimeter was the upper range of the transmitter. It remained there, so nobody knows up to what pressure it went, but beyond 1500 it was there for 25 seconds. So it was a major incident. So what were the learning? After this, NTPC has formulated strict OGN, operation guidance note, that if your bottom-up upper is not evacuating properly, then you have to reduce the load, and if the ash buildup is beyond the 8.5 meter P-fold, you have to shut down, take the unit out strictly. Okay, so never ever violate OGN. Then commercial, generally we all tend to declare our units commercial very fast without completing the facilities. So before declaring commercial operation, you have to complete all your facilities 100%. Like Sir had already told in today's morning safety that any accident which is preventable, if that is happening, it is similar to murder. I am really sorry to say, but it is murder only. Okay, this is the case study which very recent. All are showing the photographs of the same. Its report is already available in public domain. I think in all WhatsApp groups it is there. Many of you may have seen it already. The PFN, it's a 600 megawatt unit. One PFN repeatedly fault was happening because of the low pressure, lower pump pressure problem was there. It was tripping again and again. So with one PFN, they continued to operate the unit. And finally, when the other PFN restored back, okay, when the other PFN restored back and PFN pressure was normalized, suddenly the accumulated fuel, they got transported, and the fuel which were settled down were transported and went in, entered into the furnace, leading to this explosion. Okay, so can you tell with one PFN, there should be some protection logic, na? Which protection logic was bypassed, leading to accumulation of the fuels on the fuel pipes and air? If which protection logic should have tripped the unit? To prevent the accumulation of fuel on the transport lines and all, which logic is there? PA header pressure. Okay, it is around minimum in all your units, it will be in the range of 550 to 600 minimum. After that, it must be tripping. Here the PA header pressure went up to 270. It is recorded in the report also. Still the unit did not trip. So obviously it was bypassed. There was no confusion in it. So that is why the fuel settled and led to the explosion. Once the explosion happened, after that also very interesting phenomenon happened. That last line which I have mentioned, condensate induced water hammering. Okay, after the explosion happened, lot of hot water suddenly came into the bottom ring header, and through bottom ring header, already our downcomers and bottom ring headers are the lowest temperature zone. When the hot water went, lot of hot water went into the bottom ring header suddenly, so there was a severe water hammering there, and bottom ring header got dislodged. Okay, bottom ring header, all connection pipes got dislodged. The 14 downcomers means these were from bottom ring header, there were stop connections. 14 stop connections got dislodged totally. Okay, so this is the photograph of the damage where this is the S panel, and the bottom ring header has moved up. The S panel had torn apart. This S panel nose bend has moved up to this extent. From the horizontal position, it has come to the vertical, and the header is still at the upward, which is not visible in this photograph. Okay. So, if you tamper with the protection logics and interlock, this type of phenomenon can obviously happen. And preventing dangerous fuel accumulation, low PA transport already discussed, MFT and protection logic placed in the boiler should never be tampered with, purging and controlled readmission after trip and flame failure. Yeah, with regard to purging, one important point, I already have advised you to go through NFPA. NFPA tells where your purge sequence should be such that it should circulate 5 times of your furnace volume air. The air circulation should be 5 times of total furnace volume and should be minimum for 5 minutes. So never ever bypass your purge sequence. Here the purge sequence issue was not there. I am telling that has also resulted in many other cases. Then critical interlocks must be validated and recorded. Okay, there should be quarterly or annual validation of boiler protection system, MMFT, permissive interlocks. And obviously, as per IBR guideline, we should go for integrity and competency checkings of BOE training and BOE certified operations as our IBR mandates have to be deployed. And in addition to BOE, what we suggest that some plant specific also safety training, BOE training should be there. Yeah, in these incidents, what happened? Accident happened. Along with that, lot of people were deployed in boiler for various other works. Housekeeping, painting, blah, blah, so many things. So, after this, NTPC has taken out a circular banning all such activities during a running boiler. Okay, you cannot do insulation, painting, housekeeping, okay, very minimal critical jobs you do in running units, but avoid any other miscellaneous and unnecessary activities in a running boiler. So the same thing has been, this is the photograph of the, only 2 photographs. Similarly, 14 of such tubes were dislodged totally because of the condensation induced water hammering. Okay. This is the most recent case. Yeah, this is the last case study which many of you may not be knowing. It is very recent and still under investigation, has not started. We had visited, so I got to know about these incidents. This is a 660 megawatt Doosan make, very new boiler, just recently commissioned. But here also such things can happen due to all our new supercritical units are highly communication and DCS and auto loop driven. Everything is in auto. So in any auto loop and AI based control, the communication is very vital. Communication failure can also lead to this type of catastrophe. That is what I tried to enumerate through this. So 5 mills were in service, unit was very stable. Emerson is the control system provider for the boiler. Emerson people were working something and this led to sudden traffic congestion of the signals in the communication system. The turbine sensed that boiler has tripped and turbine got tripped because no signal was coming from boiler side. Turbine tripped, but boiler didn't know anything, so boiler kept alive. Boiler was alive. And there push button on the turbine boiler desk, that red push button, which we all think as the Bible. How many of you have really tested it, that it is working? You have tested? Okay, good. But majority of people, they don't know if it is working. So when they push it, it should be hardware connected. Its hardware was not connected at the other end. So it didn't work. Finally, they had to run to the switch gear and trip each and every mill switch gear individually. By that time, a lot of damage happened. This is what the photograph we have taken. The platen superheater coils, 50% of coil have badly twisted and wrapped due to overheating. Starvation. Water valves have got wavy and bored because of this starvation. Water valve overheating and membrane valve deformation has happened. So DCS communication is a critical reliability barrier for boiler safety. We all think the last closing line is very important. That reliable boiler operation depends equally on, we all think that my pressure part integrity was first thing we always thinking. Then we were thinking protection system integrity. Here protection system was completely integral. That is why the turbine tripped. Protection system did not malfunction. Only thing function is DCS communication integrity is also equally important, which is playing a havoc in this case. So for all these, who is responsible? What do you feel? We all, because designer is hardly at fault. We all are responsible. So, but never to lose hope. For this, we have got enough guideline, enough systems in place. Only thing that in the morning also in the safety class was shown discipline. Okay, that is what we all lack. We have to strictly follow the operational guidelines, discipline, SOP and checklist should be there in place, and we have to follow that in toto. So this is the man, machine and method. Operator is man. What is supposed to do? The machine, all interlocks and protection should be in place. The method is that's we have to prepare a detailed checklist and follow it in toto. Last, to summarize what I have told since so many times, already CEA has given in their guideline. This is not my statement. This is what CEA's guidelines, Central Electricity Authority's guideline for boiler safety. Okay, there are 12-point guideline is there from CEA recommendations for boiler operational safety. If you go through these, you will find that whatever I have told till now has already been told by somebody. I am not telling anything new. I am just reminding the things again and again to you. That's all. To emphasize the, like what you do in your toolbox TBT, what you do in your safety pep talk, that's what I am doing here, nothing else. So, accumulation of passive panel, this is my second case study. Everything is there already enumerated by the all thermal wear of the people working in the approved checklist for dealing with emergency. PTW should be endorsed. So these are very important guidelines already given by CEA, and we all should follow them in toto. So thank you. With my last line, reliable boiler, reliable power and sustainable future. So never lose hope. We can and we will ensure safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha sir. Thank you for a comprehensive presentation on the topic. And now I invite Sri R. Muthukumar sir, Team Leader, Sales and Marketing of Unicorn Enterprise, Engineers Coimbatore, on his topic on O&M and upgradation of air pollution control equipments to meet the current emission norms. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank Director of Factories and Boilers for inviting us to give this present, to be ourselves in this, giving this presentation. And also, I would like to thank NTPC KANIHA for making this excellent arrangement and facilitation to make this program a great success. So, I am Muthukumar. I am from Unicorn Engineers. I take care of the Pan-India sales and marketing on behalf of them. We are into the air pollution control business for the last 40 years. And we manufacture ESPs, bag filters, and pneumatic conveying systems. Without delaying further, we will be directly going to the subject. I will be touching the risk-based management and what are the risks involved in the operation maintenance of the ESPs, electrostatic precipitators, and the baghouse. What are the risks will be envisaged in the baghouse, and also for the pneumatic conveying systems. Apart from this, lastly, I will be able to be touching some of our new launches or in India for reducing the emission levels in ESPs and baghouses, where we can achieve the emission levels of less than 10 mg in ESPs and less than 5 mgs, or in a single digit emission levels in the baghouses. So, what is a yeah, what is the risk-based management? The risk-based management is basically, it's process where they are identify the risks. That is an organization which identify the risks, evaluate the sequence, why that has been happened. That is the likelihood, and evaluate the impact of that, and taking the corrective actions, or in prioritize the actions. That is called basically the risk-based management. Basically, if you see here if you can see this, the hazards. These are the preventive barriers. The hazards is that identifies the sources of the potential harm. And the preventive barriers here, if you see the controls that prevent the hazard from occurring, that one. And this is the catastrophic event, unwanted event with a high potential of the consequences. And mitigation, that means that is the prioritize the sequences which are to be first to be attended. So mitigation of barriers, and the consequences or the impact which is going to be happen based on that incidences. So here if you could see that base of the catastrophic event, it may be a loss of life, it can be causing a fire, explosion, or structural collapse, or extended plant shutdown, and of course it will be resulting into the manager financial losses and the environmental disasters. What is a risk? Risk is a product of the likelihood and the consequences. You can see just an example. We had made a statement that risk level ledger, if you can see, one is the extreme in the sense immediate action is required for that extreme, and the high is the priority action required, and the medium will be the manage and the monitor, and the low case will be the acceptable with monitoring. And the likelihood, these are the likelihoods like almost certainly will happen, likely to be happen, and possibilities, and unlikely, this may not happen, and it is a very rare occasion, which may happen or may not happen. We can say in the air pollution controls example, we can see at the bottom in the APC equipments, dust explosion in the back filter. It is very, very common thing, and it is extremely likely to be happen. And again, the arc. What is arc? Everybody knows that regularly the sparks will take place inside the ESP, and the two consecutive sparks, they call it an arcs. And arc flash is a very common phenomena in the ESP. And the hopper fires. Hopper fires, why it happens? Basically, any unburned particles which rests in the hopper generally comes into the contact. Oxygen comes inside, because any fire needs to happen. Three triangles required. One is the fuel, next is the fire, third is the oxygen. So when it comes to the contact, catches the fire, the material inside the hopper gets the fire. And the structural corrosion, of course, by itself, because by the wrong operation, maybe it is not only due to the aging, due to the wrong operation also. Say example, we are operating an ESP below the dew point temperatures. Everybody knows that a coal has a sulfur dew point of temperatures. If you are going to operate the ESP below the temperature of around 120 degrees or so, you will be ending up in the acid condensation. So that will result in the corrosion. And third is that transformers failure. It's a very rare phenomena which will not be occur very frequently unless and until you are doing a proper maintenance of doing the oil replacement every 5 years, or doing the oil filtration every 1 or 1.5 years. So generally that transformer failure will be a very rare phenomena. And that instrument failure, of course, that also will be a very less phenomena, condition that you are doing a regular maintenance or regular calibration of these protective equipments, like instruments like your pressure switches, temperature switches, and most important is the hopper level switches or the dust level indicators. And if you can see just one simple example, we can see here for the dust explosion in backfilter or any arc flash in ESP, the catastrophic event is almost certain. That will be, it is an extreme condition. So that is the reason we are written in the ESP, arc flash in ESP. If you take same thing for a transformer failure, it will come here in the medium risk. That will be either it is likely to be unlikely, it may happen or may not, and it will be a very rare case phenomena unless until if you are not doing any proper maintenance of these equipments. And these are the catastrophic risks in the ESP. You can see this is the hopper fire. Second, one by one we can go. So hopper fire, as we said earlier, not only for any bag houses or any ESPs, or any material, unburned material which is inside the hopper, and may gets a contact of fire and unburnt, and when it gets likely the oxygen, it starts burning into the hoppers. So the very common phenomena which likely happens in this when when the unburnt comes inside the hopper. So that time the hopper fires takes place, and this second is the arc flash, for which we can go. For hopper fire, what we do generally, we keep the monitoring. But generally what happens, many suppliers, ESP suppliers, they give you the hopper sensing temperature sensor. That is for the heaters they give it. But really, if they will not be sensing the inside of the hopper heating. But for some applications, just like coal mill applications, and any bagasse, especially these bagasse fired boilers. Here what happens, whatever the bagasse, sometimes many unburns just carry over and sits inside the hopper, and if it is not conveying, discharged properly, the burning starts. So during that time, what we have to do is that we have to ensure that the RTD or sensor, temperature sensor, has to be mounted that such a way that it is sensing the material temperature. That means hopper inside temperature, and it is not sensing the hopper external or the surface temperature where we monitor or where we control the hopper heaters. So the second one is the arc flash. This arc flash is a very common thing, that is a very most catastrophic phenomena that again it takes place in the ESP, because everybody knows it. It is a very high voltage equipment, and it has to be, it will be always under safety interlocks. Mechanical safety interlocks are also there. Even if you try to do it, even if you try to violate it, the equipment stops unless until you intentionally bypass it, or else you can never operate any ESPs without closing of the doors or without putting of the bus ducts or the transformers in the ground position. So without that one, we will not be able to open the doors. Next is that even if you are going to open the doors, what we do generally, the safety phenomenon, that safety procedure is that every ESP during the maintenance, before the maintenance, we earth or ground these electrodes. Whenever even though the transformer is put off, we have to earth the electrodes, others you know very much the potentially is very high voltage, due to which there will be a capacitance effect inside the ESP, which is very hazardous. That means even it can take your life also. So because as the voltage levels are very higher, it is in the range of peak voltage of 90 kV and 110 kV, the potential hazard is very high inside the ESP. So that is the reason, even though even though if you put off the transformers, and before entering inside the ESP, always ensure the practice that we discharge the electrodes before going inside. So in this, for this roto and HV interlocks, and I don't know, many of the customers, they have, apart from this mechanical safety interlocks, they have an additional LOTO system to enter inside this ESP. Anybody in here in this, anybody having a separate LOTO system for entering or going up to the transformers or this thing? Yeah, nice. So it's a very good practice, because I'm telling that we had faced some, I had personally seen it. Some of the customers, what happened, it is not only the transformers. The person went to the top to attend a small wrapping issues, it was there. He went to the top of the ESP. Anyhow, as there was no separate LOTO, because anybody can climb the staircase till go to the top of the ESP. So he had went there, he had worked on that one. Unfortunately, there was some leakage current was there. He met a shock in that. So which was again, it was an incident, it was marked to it. It was made, the company made a very big issue. After that, they had made mandatory that before bottom of the ESP itself, that is on the staircase itself, they had made a separate locking arrangement. If you want to open, go to the staircase also, ESP, access the ESP also, he has to open that one. That means he has to trip the transformers. Then only he will be able to go to the top of the ESPs also. That is a very good practice actually. And then the third is the electrical shock. ESP, as I said, it is a highly potential equipment. High voltages are there. So we have to be always, it should be having a LOTO procedure, proper isolation and permit to work. As I said, once again, it is not only the permit Obviously, without permits, we will not be able to enter inside the system. Even though if we get the permits before entering into the ESP, in spite of de-energization or you putting back the switching off the transformers, because these electrodes are collecting and emitting electrodes by itself, it will act like a big capacitor. So even though if you like it or not, there will be some static energy will be there inside your in the electrodes, which will be, even if you went inside, just put off the transformers, go inside. If you touch the electrodes, certainly there will be an electric shock, heavy electric shock it will be there. That is the reason it is always advisable, before going inside touching, you have to discharge the, make a practice, discharge the electrodes, discharge the potential, the voltage with the discharge arrangement. And then you can get inside the ESP to do the maintenance activities. And the third by itself, it is a structural collapse. That is a structural integrity monitoring. This, why we say is that in some of the cases, the ESP or baghouse, it is designed for a volume or a gas material which has to be dust build up. Or say dust is inside the back filter or ESP in the hoppers. It is designed for say 4 hours it can be hold. But sometimes what happens, it goes on piles and nobody used to see. They don't care for the dust level indicators. In spite of the dust level indicators working, or even it is not working, it may happen so that just the gas goes through the ESP by itself due to the gravity, automatically the dust starts collecting. Even in such cases, what will happen? It is not that we are going to charge it, the electrodes, and then only it is going to be, the dust is going to come. Even without charging also, because of the gas passing through this one, the material due by gravity do itself fall, and at one particular stage of time, because it is already designed for 4 hours, and if it is the level of the capacity of the hopper is getting more and more, there is a possibility, maximum possibility of the failure of the structure of its own. The hopper, wherever the weakest points, automatically either the hopper itself will get cracked, or it may get deformed, or it will get starched from the structural. So that is the basically designed. So it has to be operated properly based on the design conditions. And the fourth is the, as we said, the same way that the hopper overloading. This is hopper overloading, that is the same thing what in case that level sensors. Level sensors, we are every hoppers and every ESPs or baghouses will be having the level sensors. And, and I am telling you that these level sensors, many better types, good types are also coming, and local types are also coming in this. But these level sensors are one of the major instrument which will save the equipment. It will save not only the equipment, and it will save the other equipments also. That means in case if you are bypassing, or if you are not properly giving the attention, the dust builds up and touches the electrodes, and sometimes because of any internal burning, it will damage the electrodes, which will resulting into the major financial losses and the time or the shutdown period. It will increase the shutdown period. So these dust level indicators has to be periodically calibrated. So anybody in here, can you just say that, are you people really calibrating the dust level indicator on what frequency? Anyone? Oh, whenever, exactly right. We always do whenever we really senses the problem. That means when we see that, because these, I am telling you, the dust, whatever the bills in the hopper, inside the hopper, it doesn't mean that always it will form a pyramidal. Sometimes it will form on the corner edges of the hoppers. Sometimes it will be on the center, they will be piling it. And there are many occasions that from the center it will there, wherever the dust level switch you had positioned, sensor we had positioned, it will not touch that one. So you will get always a false alarm. So what people sometimes think, inside there is no material, they will just bypass the dust level indicator and they run the equipment. And most likely this will happen like this way. Because these type of things, when it happens, generally if some local PCB people are coming to the site and they say that no, the transformer got tripped, because it is directly tripped to your transformers. So whenever the dust level is high, automatically your transformers get switched off or it gets tripped. So but in case of these local PCBs arriving to the site, they are forcefully they want to run the equipment. So what they do, they just bypass the system and they start it. So now what my sincere request is that this dust level indicator is such a vital equipment, whether we like it or not, what we recommend is that at least for every 3 to 4 months we need to recalibrate it. It is not that only the maintenance, how we do that, you have to be recalibrate that one. You have to be sense the whatever the sensor, we have to take it out, recalibrate it, reinstall it. So that rest assured that is working properly, so you save the total entire equipment. And the internal explosion. This internal explosion, as we said, when we are operating, basically when there is a CO, because of this unburnt carbon, this carbon monoxide, generally it gets developed inside your ESP, which will cause this explosion. Chances of explosions are there. So this will cause the explosion. So for which we need to have O2 analyzers and CO analyzers. In ESPs here, anybody have these analyzers? Any ESPs are there with analyzers, O2 and CO analyzers? So that is a proper thing. I think you are from Tata. Okay. So Tata, generally Tata steals everybody, because I was working for Tata for 4 years. I could see their standards and other things. That's the regular practice, they make it. And can you just anyone say that what is the CO level inside the ESP, CO and O2 level to be maintained inside the ESP? What is the allowable limit at what the CO and O2 can be?
It should be less than 50 ppm.
Less than?
50 ppm.
Perfect.
50 ppm.
50.
In fact, in NTPC, in all our plants, at air heater outlet or somewhere at air heater inlet, we have installed our CO monitors.
Excellent, sir. And oxygen, what is the percentage we will be maintaining less than?
That is O2 at eco outlet, that is air heater inlet, around 2.5 to 3 we maintain. 3 is
perfect.
Right. Because 20% excess air has to be there. No?
Okay, nice. And
3.5 corresponds to 20% excess air level. But because of this measurement uncertainties and all, sometimes we see that 3 is also fine.
3 is also. We should not fall below the 3. You are right. And some of the catastrophic events in the which are likely to be in the back filters, we can see one is major is the dust explosion, and you can see the dust explosion through the explosion venting and the isolations, and the fire basically for the spark detection and fire suppression, where these back filters, some of the back filters, it are not only for the de-dusting applications. If you can see, some of the back filters are given for even for boilers. That is up to maybe around 12 to 14 tons per boiler also. The back filters are there for in the boilers. Back filters are also given, because the reason behind is that the price or the cost of the ESP, that the initial cost is very much higher as compared to your back filter. Of course, the operational cost of the back filter is also needs to be considered because of the higher differential pressure and the frequent or the annual changes of the backs, which is going to be regularly will be adding up the cost of the cap or the OPEX. But still the initial cost or the capex will be lesser comparatively as the ESP. So if you see that these boiler applications, what they do, when they fire there are many fuels are there, not only for as a coal. Apart from coal, there are bagasse, and many biomass briquettes, chili spent, turmeric, ginger waste, many fuels are there. So when you are firing these things, and when it comes inside the back filter, there will be some protective equipments called some like spark arresters, and these type of protective equipments are installed before the back filter. But sometimes people generally what they do, they don't put or install these safety equipment. So what happens, that directly the fire flies or the fires, the dust particle, red hot particles, along with when burning, it comes into the back. Even though these bags will be generally will be of fiberglass bags with a temperature which can be operated in the range of 220 degree to 240 degree, but still because of this burning phenomena of the dust itself, it will come and sit over the bags, which will cause the burning of the bags. So that is one of the reasons, one of the possibilities. And second, on the secondary explosion, that is again the housekeeping, like coal applications, if it's nearby coal, and the possibilities of burning, of firing is there. And third thing is the, when during the coal applications, especially for the coal applications, the bag filter, whatever the bag house we used to give, because this coal mill bag house now will be always the bag house. It will not be the ESPs. Rather, like in olden days, they give the ESPs, because the earlier days there was no much concept for the bag house. There will be only ESPs. So that time they will be giving the ESPs for raw mill, cement mill, for cement applications. Same way, but the bag houses, for especially for the bag house, for the coal mill applications, for these bag houses will have to be of explosion vents or rupture discs, which will be generally will be the part of the equipment. And if you see that if these equipments, if you are not properly designing, mainly this will happen in the de-dusting applications. In the de-dusting applications, in the coal application, because the bag filter size is small, because volume is lesser, the people think that it is smaller, they go with any XY category vendor or supplier who doesn't take care of these protective equipments like your explosion vents, the explosion rupture discs. And these are to be, these explosion risks are also to be calculated based on the volume of the bag filter, so that it is not it is properly opened before the equipment itself it is getting damaged. And these are also to be properly designed, that it is not designed like in the walkways or near to the platforms. So it has that means that proper engineering has to be done, so that the material itself we can save it. And most important the thing is that the human life, that is also gets saved by the proper designing of this one.
Mr. Muthukumar, sorry to interrupt you. Can you please conclude in next 5 minutes or so? Because we'll spend some time in question answers also.
Yeah, I'll just skip some of the things which we had. These are some case fires. This is the hopper in this one, which had happened in the bagasse fired boiler. Because of the hopper improper conveying of the dust, the dust got built up and totally up to the electrode levels, and totally it got burnt. And if this is a CO2 explosion, we can see the ESP totally got, you can see that ESP which has been totally collapsed because of the CO explosion. The root cause was, the mainly thing was the root as accumulation. There was the improper evacuation was there, and the main consequence, it got blasted, and the fire, it was totally, that area was fully fired. And of course at that time there was no much casualties, that is no fatalities rather, because that was the lunchtime it had happened, so people could have got survived. And the case 3, if you see that this is the one ESP which had got collapsed, again this is the one, the structural collapse, because again it was due to the overloading of the hoppers, that is the dust, it was not properly got dislodged, the dust level loading was higher, due to which the total ESP got collapsed. And this is another one thing, class for, this is for 300 megawatt ESP. Some one ESP got totally of 8 fields, totally 8 field of ESP got collapsed due to this high accumulation of ash. Because of time, I'm just throwing it. What are the failures, what are the learnings from these failures? Basically, these main things happen to this, resulting in the unsafe conditions and the near miss. We have to be very proactive. Not only that, after the incident happens, we are doing the corrective actions. We have to be very much proactive and even though whatever the near misses, we have to attend it. And regarding the equipments, regarding the process equipments, as I said, in the ESPs, if you are going to operate the equipments, we build within the condensation, lesser temperatures, you will end up in the acid due condensation, which will result in the life of the electrodes and the casings. And this is the risk management in the process. Identify the risk, what is the risk, access that one, and protect that equipment. Continuous monitoring is required. Whatever the improvements required, you can improve it based on the feedbacks, whatever you are facing it. And just quickly, I will tell it. We are got a tie-up with MHI. This is the one major thing that we can see. We are into the because everybody in here in India, everybody can achieve the emission levels of less than 30 in the power plants. With the Indian, whatever the technology as of now available in India. But we had recently tied up with MHI Japan. We are bringing out with a new technology called a MEEP technology, which will reduce the emission levels of, because the challenge here is that bringing the emission levels from 30 to 10 is the challenge. It is not that from 2 grams or 5 grams from there directly to 50 milligrams or 30 milligrams, it's not an issue. The major crux is that bringing the thing from 30 to 10, that is a major challenge actually, that we could able to achieve it with this MEEP technology. This is the one which we are tied up with the Japan Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And the next one for the same way for the we are signed up with the IB filters from Denmark. For this, we had a guaranteeing the emission levels of the back filters where for less than 5 mgs, where we can generally we are talking about the range of 10 to 15 mg or maximum 20 mg as on date. We can give the emission levels because here we make some arrangement that some dust is already again it's mixed with the lime powder and again it's injected so that it makes a film and it fractures ultra micron filter this dust particles which also get filtered and where we can get the emissions of less than 5 mgs. And you can these are some of the filter media selections for the bag houses which filters which we can done which can be selected that we can individually I can discuss it whenever you want it. And in the pneumatic system, as we said same earlier, the same case is that this is the major cause in sometimes if the properly it's not maintained due to this one, the blockage of the systems, the dust level keeps on building up in the hoppers. And these are some of our facilities, sales office and thing. So as of now, I will just wrap it up. So if any other special questions on any safety or any operation, maintenance, troubleshooting of any ESP equipments, back filters, bag houses, pneumatic conveying, you can, I am ready here to answer. Yeah. They will. Okay, okay. So, just I will wait for my round. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our chairperson of this session to speak a few words on this.
Thanks to all the speakers, Mr. Arun Tiwari, Shamanta and Mr. Muthukumar. Wonderful presentations and good work. Congratulations. And thanks to all the audience and distinguished guests for a patient hearing. And I understand you have noted down few questions relevant to their presentation subject. And we would like to spend more time in discussing or addressing your queries. So briefly, I would like to say a few words that almost all three of them have covered many important issues, particularly with respect to ensuring safety in power plant operations. Mr. Arun Tiwari has presented some specific features and challenges related to CFBC boiler operations. CFBC boilers, we all know that it is very suitable for wide range of fuel qualities. So there are few CFBC boilers, although NTPC mostly we have pulverized fuel fired boilers. We are not operating CFBC boilers. But then he has given many important aspects, and of course, and certain things are common to operation of any plant. For example, following the proper procedures and sticking to the limits and operating this operating parameter, ensuring that operating parameters are within the specified range. So these things are not only going to ensure safety, it is also going to enhance reliability of the plant equipment and of course performance, and also it will have an impact on emission as well. For example, if we are able to maintain excess air level, appropriate excess air level, say by monitoring CO and all, then it also leads to reduction in emission. So next second one was by Mr. Shamanta, who is an expert in boiler in NTPC. So he has come up with many important, failure mitigation measures, because he has seen almost more than 100 boilers in NTPC. He has come across many failures. He has huge experiences. He has worked practically in plants. So he has come up with beautiful points and which are implementable. I feel that people, when we go back to our plant, we can apply many of those tips, and whatever doubts you have, you can definitely ask him after towards the end of this session. And he has particularly covered about this cyclic loading, the impact of cyclic loading and the increased nature of failures of critical components. We have faced some catastrophic failure also, which are mostly attributed to higher level of cycling of the plant. So we have taken certain measures at O&M level, of course, but we expect that these features are to be incorporated in design level as well. Because just by taking appropriate measures in operation or replacing the equipment may not ensure safety. So it has to be in the design level. In fact, for design and construction of boilers, we follow standards. This ASME boiler and pressure vessel codes. These were very earlier used to be called as safety standards. So those codes were developed to ensure safety in the power plant. Now these codes encompass many other things other than safety. Okay, but safety was priority. So in those codes, the methods or the guidelines, how to construct the boiler, how to select material for different components, and how to operate also to some extent. So these codes are kind of Bible for the power plant designers and operators. So there are 13 sections of ASME which covers different kinds of boilers. And yes, that thermal stresses, because of stress reversals, because of high fluctuation of pressure and temperatures and low load operations, the problem associated with the low load operations and some failures associated with the low load operations, not only in the boiler, in turbine component also. We have faced failures in LP turbine, which is mainly because of very low load operations. There are the last stages is some unsupported blades, long blades. So due to fluttering of blades, we have faced failures of LP turbines. And so we have decided that if we come down to a much lower level, lower load level, it can lead to damaging of our valuable assets of the nation. So that is why we have decided the whatever specified by the designers. In fact, designer has specified some 40% or so, but that is for a small period. They have demonstrated for 1 hour. That is under certain specified operating conditions. So the boundary conditions are always varying. So that is not a safe condition. And if we see the data from Grid India reports, that when the average thermal PLF, as Samantha has also explained, the most of this down reserve has to be absorbed by, after it is absorbed by hydel plants, it has to be absorbed by thermal power plants. Okay. Now, if we operate some thermal power plants at say less than 50% capacity, and that will lead to the damage of the reduction of component life of our valuable plants. And some of the state owned plants, if you see the statistics also, their average PLF during high solar hour, when there is surplus power in the grid, there it is about 73%. And NTPC national thermal nationwide thermal PLF is about 56-57%. And as a result, thermal PLF of the country in most of the months, if we see during this solar hour, it will find it is about 67-68%. So what we have done, even CE has given us a mandate that we will have to handhold those state electricity board and private IPPs, so that they can come down to at least this level, 50-55% level. Otherwise, if we bring down, particularly in supercritical plant, he has explained very nicely, if we operate at a very low level, it can cause damages to vital components. Okay. And then about emission control, this ESP mainly Mr. Muthukumar has focused. In fact, in our plant, we need to take care of other devices as well, FGD plant operations, then NOx emission control. So those things are very vital. Particularly during low load operations or transients, this impairment of these pollution control devices are very common. This happens. They don't work properly. So we'll have to ensure that parameters are proper within the specified limit, within that range, whatever specified in the design. And that will not only improve the performance of the plant, it will also help us to reduce emission level and comply the environment norms. Right. So thank you very much to all three speakers. With this, I would like to open the house for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The house is open for the question answer for the three topics covered in this post-lunch session.
सर ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है ईएसपी रिलेटेड। जो एएलआई सर एश लेवल इंडिकेटर हम लोग यूज़ कर रहा है, द रिलायबिलिटी इज़ वेरी पुअर सर, दिस वन द यूज़ कर रहा है। जो बाहर तो टेस्ट करने से इट लोग फंक्शन कर रहा है, बट एक्चुअल हॉपर में इट इज़ नॉट फंक्शनिंग, मतलब अराउंड 40% फेल्यूर हो रहा है दिस वन एएलआई का पर्टिकुलरली। आप जो कंपनी जो एएलआई बना रहा है, व्हाट इज़ योर परफॉर्मेंस है रिलायबिलिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू? और सेकंड क्वेश्चन ये सर, आप बोले दिखाए थे
सॉरी फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन
एस लेवल इंडिकेटर जो है ना, एस लेवल हाई सेंसर,
करेक्ट,
उसका रिलायबिलिटी बहुत पुअर है हम लोग का, अराउंड 40% टाइम जो है वो फेल्यूर हो रहा है।
ओके,
बट एक्चुअली जो बाहर टेस्ट करते हैं इट इज फंक्शनिंग।
ओके,
हॉपर में इट इज नॉट।
सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आई जस्ट फिनिश इट ऑफ। सो व्हाट इंस्ट्रूमेंट, वेदर यू आर यूजिंग EIP और EIP use कर, ESP is the very last thing. So many good, I think you should try Vega, which will give you a proper result. We are also facing the same problems in many of the by customers are advised, but Vega is a bit costlier comparatively to your this thing. The only thing what we can do is that you can recalibrate it, the sensor, and then you can put it back into the operation. Because maximum cases, what is the application basically for your case? Which application?
ESP. It's ESP hopper level.
ESP hopper, no, fuel.
Coal.
It's a coal based, no? So coal based, that should not be thing. You can try for the same DLI, same EIP instrument. You can just recalibrate it and you can use it off. So any other like bagasse or any other like spent fuels and other things, that may creates really a problem where we where we have some other we suggest actually for this type of thing. If you are not happy with this DLI, this EIP, we can change the make of we can go for Vega. Vega is comparatively better, as I had felt it. I had used in many other ESPs also. It's quite reliable comparatively as compared to your this thing. That is the thing. Whenever we say that you have to, whenever the ESP or back filter, whenever it gets finalized, the equipment, whatever that we are going to select it, whether it may be a temperature, pressure, or this type of hopper level switches, thermostats, we have to be pretty ensure that we have to be ordering a right equipment while during the ordering stage itself. Because now after that one, now if somebody asks that, because the cost of this one is going to be higher, almost 3 times more than your this price. What are the price of this one?
Okay.
Yeah. Second, you are said that you are.
Second, the moving electrode you are shown, where you installed in India.
In India, the technology it's not installed. Rather, we can say that we are trying for Tata projects in Kalinganagar, but unfortunately, due to the space constraint that has not got materialized. But more than in this, almost more than 3,000 installations are across the globe. So where the emission levels are getting less than 10 mg emission levels are there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that I think I will also take your feedbacks. We will discuss it separately because we are entering up. We had got a tie-up, and they are come up with the 2 solutions. One is the moving electrode solutions. Another one is the low voltage ESPs, low temperature ESPs. So this I think you must be aware of it. This low temperature ESPs, what they claim is they reduce the temperature at the inlet and then again increase at the outlet of the ESP. So this technology they had brought it, that we will discuss it separately when time comes. Yeah, next. Any, yeah.
Thank you. Sir,
Hello.
I meant to say that in ESP, can we install the static checkers or something like that by which there will be no current? You told me that somebody climbed on the ESP, so it will be good idea.
What I understand, what you are asking is that.
No, I meant to say that you just before the presentation you were showing that somebody climbed down,
Yeah,
and
without
he got electric shock or something like that. So can we use that static something like that or pad something?
Roof. That
Yeah.
what generally what we advise rather, or many other customers what they do. Because you also know that ESP will be having because safety interlocks, mechanical safety key interlock system will be there. By default, it will be there. So that will be only for to prevent the access inside the ESP, not to the roof, not at the hopper level. Because generally people go to maintain to see the level switches somewhere installed in the hopper platforms. Sometimes people used to go these type of what you can see. This case specifically happened for the MIGI type wrapping where the coil is mounted on the roof. So that fellow has climbed there, gone there. Of course, it was an MIGI, so the voltage was only up to 30. So he got a minor shock in this one. But the general thing is that nowadays customers put a Lotto type of arrangement before in the staircase itself, so that without putting off your system, you cannot climb to the ESP. So that means the total entire system will be stopped. Then only you will be able to access the ESP. So that's what the thing generally Tata used to done it in their plant actually.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
One more question is,
Yeah.
sir, for Arvindra sir. Sir, you just shown us that all kind of case studies and all, by which we have been seen that only minor
Error can lead to explosions,
yeah.
that big catastrophe. Yeah.
So I mean to say that can AI or predictive analysis replace all kind of means traditionally safety procedures in mostly in control rooms and all? Can AI on all those things can be help us out to remove all these things?
AI is going to affect you in all money. Is definitely going to help you in everything. So like we told in NTPC also, we have now given contract to Toshiba for advanced pattern recognition. That is also a similar, but AI can be little bit more advanced also. It is capturing all lakhs of data through Pi and comparing with the standard health of the monitoring, like any equipment. Okay, one alarm limit is there, but much before the alarm limit, what is the behavior of that machine in a normal condition? So any slight abnormality from the normal healthy operating parameter, that is sensing and giving an advanced alarm. That APR technology, what I am telling. So similar type of any mistake, but again, if you make it completely AI, then you have to go to that level of, like in Germany, there is plant or unmanned control room. This type of command, if you give everything in auto, then it is okay. All the mistakes what you see here, there is an auto system, but deliberately we are taking things into manual command, that is manual mode, and bypassing the system, and then but this type of provision has to be kept for some emergency. Like I gave you one example of the DCS complete communication failure. Okay, even with AI also, lot of like more and more complex system you make, more and more instrumentation, automation and data communication will be involved. So in there also problem can happen. Like I told you, like the latest unit of Doosan with all advanced technology, their communication barrier happen. They are telling it is, I am not from C&I, cannot explain you in detail what exactly happened, but they are telling it is a sort of traffic jam happened. For like traffic jam of vehicle, data jam happened. So data did not move and communication barrier took place. So with this type of problem, it happens that time manual mode should be coming into force. In their case, rather the problem happened because that push button was not hardwired connected at the other end. Yeah. Otherwise, this type of manual intervention is the last thing. Ultimately, at the present level of AI, I don't think that AI is going to supersede human. That level may come with time, and that is very scary situation. I am afraid of that situation. If that really happens one day, till now this is happening only in Hollywood movies, but if really AI going to supersede the human, then nothing can be. So human judgment has to be at the last, I feel. Is at the time that we are standing at the crossroad of the time, here I will give human at the higher priority compared to AI with regard to safety, last decision of safety. So human making deliberate mistake, that if I give complete command to AI, then AI can also make equal mistake. Like I've given you already the example of the recent failure.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So ultimately, your own judgment, values, and discipline has to be there.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I request the chairperson of this session and all the presenters to kindly get seated at the downstairs. In the meanwhile, we'll set up the stage for the panel discussion and valedictory. Stage. Sir, 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. We'll have the valedictory for our technical session 2. I request Deputy Director Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, to kindly come onto the stage for the valedictory. I also request Manoj Kumar Misra, sir, Assistant Director Factories and Boiler, to come onto the dais, sir. I also request दे दो सर. हाँ. Now I request Arun Tiwari, sir, ABP Services, ISGEC Boiler Company. I request Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, to present a memento to Arun Tiwari, sir. Now I request Deputy Director, sir, to present a memento to Sri Arvind Samanta, sir, AGM NTPC. I once again request Deputy Director, sir, to kindly present the memento to Sri R. Muthukumar, sir. I also request Sri Manoj Kumar Misra, sir, to kindly join for this valedictory, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request once again Deputy Director Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, and Assistant Director Sri Manoj Kumar Misra, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Tapan Kumar Rai, sir, Chairperson of Technical Session 2. Thank you very much, sir. Give us two minutes so that we can set up the stage. We'll have a panel discussion. ठीक है सर, ओके सर, ओके ठीक है सर, सर हाँ।
So as we come to the end of the sessions, I think the second sessions has been technically very enriching. So a big round of applause for the resource persons and also for the session chair. Very nice. Now, may I request like 2-3 people from this side and this side to come and give their feedback. Whether they liked it, whether they expect any changes in the content of the seminar, what they liked, what they did not like, the food, the arrangement, the hospitality. Huh? So, anybody, you need to volunteer. Left, huh? Come. May I request HOP साहब kindly come on the dais. Roy साहब भी आ जाइए आप. And AD Madhav Chandra Malik to please come. Yadav huh? And I request KD Yadav ji to kindly come on the dais also. Ashan.
First of all, I would like to say I am from Nalco. We feel proud and privileged to be present in such a grand seminar conducted by NTPC KANIHA under the guidance of Director of Factory and Boiler, Odisha. Second, I would like to thanks to all dignitaries from Directorate Factory Boiler, such as Deputy Director, Factory and Boiler, Angul, and all Assistant Director, and management executives of NTPC Kanhiyas and other faculty members giving valuable input regards to factory in the plant and preventing catastrophic events by the risk management practice. First of all, I want to give one, first of all, whenever I arrive here and after entering the hall, first I give the, I entered into the entered for breakfast. That was marvelous, very enriched breakfast we take. After that, come to the hall, and here also we feel very good feeling we have. And our faculty members, Subhas Saha sir, very excellent presentation has been given by him on safety. They have they told the safety is a culture, not law. Safety should be inside our blood. In any plant culture, if we feel the importance of safety, then only the safety culture will be practiced. Otherwise, in law, enforcement agency cannot do much. We have to be very conscious about the safety. Second, Arun Tiwari sir. Arun Tiwari sir has given very good presentation, and their visual presentation was such that anybody can memorize. One as management slide, we see the photo of Aishwarya Rai. So every time we will remind that slide. That is very good, sir. You give such types of presentation because that simply as Aishwarya Rai gives lifelong memory to that presentations. We have given one man outside, one girlfriend and this. They also give deep insight about the tubes, hot tubes are struggling by steam inside and outside fire, all these things. So very good insight you have given. All faculties members are excellent. We have given excellent feedback to all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? One more from this side, somebody. No? हम बुला रहे हैं, आप आने के लिए तैयार नहीं.
Thank you, sir. Myself, Rajranjan Sahu, for giving a chance to attend this program. And I am really surprised and thanks to all the faculties. They gave us proper depth of every from the boiler as well as safety as well as ESP, everything they gone through the depth part. And thanks to factory and boilers that I have came from Raurkela, and I felt everything, food and everything was good. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our dignitaries to distribute the certificate of participation to some of the delegates present here. So I'll read out the name, sir. Manoranjan Pradhan, AMNS India Limited. Is he here, sir? Yes, please, sir. Next is Narottam Majhi, Sridhara Udyog Private Limited, Khurda. I'm reading out the names. If you are available, kindly come onto the dais, sir. Next is Ganesha Tangre from Vedanta Metal Limited. Next is Lakshminder Behra, TFL Talcher. Sainik Sahu, Renguta Mines Limited. Ranjan Kumar Jana, SMC Power Generation Limited, Jharsuguda. P. Appa Reddy, NTPC Darlipalli. B. Nageshwar Rao, JK Paper Limited, Raigada. Sri Tarun Srivastav, Larsen and Turbo Limited. Sri Binod Bihari Pradhan, Impha Katak. Manoj Kumar Mahapatra, Paradeep Phosphate Limited. Manoj Kumar Mahapatra, Paradip Hospital Limited. Are you here? Chandrasekhar Panda, Aditya Birla Grasim Limited, Ganjam. Chandrasekhar Panda, are you here, sir? Yes. Chabila Pradhan, OPGC. Ajay Kumar Misra, CPP Nalco. Ajay Kumar Misra, are you here, sir? Subhabrata Chakravarti, Tata Steel, Meramundali. Subhabrata Chakravarti, are you here, sir? Yes. Mukesh Kenawat, Hindalco Industries Limited, Lapanga. SK Maitur Rahman, Ferro Alloys Corporation, Bhadrak. Parikshit Mahapatra, Nalco Angol. Dinesh Ranjan Pal, Thakur Prasad and Sons, Jharsuguda. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Deputy Director, sir. Now I request Sri Ajay Singh Yadav, sir, Chief General Manager, Head of Project Talcher KANIHA, to give his concluding remarks, sir. Sir.
Thank you. It has been a great day of technical involvement along with the safety aspects of power plant. It's really heartening to see a lot of people coming from the Odisha state across various industries and see you engrossed in the presentations and learning through the presentations throughout the day. I congratulate all of you that you have shown keen interest in the various aspects of boilers, particularly in the power plant, and the safety aspects along with the technical aspects of the power plant. So your interest into this will really make the industry safe, and whatever you learn from here, you will practice it at your workplaces, and I hope that everybody will work together so that there are no accidents in the power plants or in our factories, whatever industry we are in. And like Behra sir has said that it has to be, the safety has to come from within. So you have to inculcate safety such that it goes into your DNA. So whenever you are coming to a factory or power plant, think about the people and be empathize with the whatever workers we are working with, because by their blood and by their sweat we earn. So earning depends on the safety of our people, and giving them a good safe place is our duty. So whenever we find any unsafe condition in the plant, we should, as a top manager, we should try to address those things and provide a good and safe working environment to the all our workers whosoever coming to our plants. It's our duty so that anybody who is coming to a plant is safe and sound and leaves our power plant happy and sound. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Ramesh Kumar Behra, sir, Deputy Director Factories and Boiler, to give his concluding remarks, sir. Sir.
The concluding remark is already given by Ajay Yadav Singh ji. So nothing much to say other than gratitude. Before I just say that we have come to the end of the program. Two things I want to say that we must carry with us. One is ownership. Once we take ownership of our people and of our equipments and plants, then just like we have so many mothers with babies. Have you ever observed that the baby has fallen from the balcony because he is not wearing a lanyard or a safety belt? Why? The reason is, even if the mother is working, there is a third eye which is always, keeping track on the baby boy or girl. Have you understood my point? So we have to have that kind of ownership of our people and of our equipments. This is number one. Number two is communication. We have to, many times we observe that accidents take place because of half communications or no communications. In the shift, something has occurred, and to our reliever, we have not communicated the fact. So that communication has to be complete, foolproof, and we have to be very careful about the barriers that we have put in place, whether the barriers are working, whether they have been bypassed, so that MOC, that management of change, has to be always taken into account. Today afternoon, Tiwari talked about one interesting slide. Do you remember, what I am referring to? That indigo sticker at the entrance to the cabin, which says that keep your worries here because nothing is more important as you sit in the pilot seat. So those are, these are takeaways which are very, very important, and we attempted to make a technical sessions on power plant safety. I never thought that we will come this far. Very revealing aspects have come, and these are basically triggers. These are triggers you have to study further, you have to share what you have learned here to your colleagues and your subordinates, and we have to ensure that power plant remains safe. You are working very hard, it is not deniable, but we have to work still further that nothing goes wrong and our people and our plant are safe. And finally, I just want to express our gratitude and our thanks to the NTPC team and particularly the HOP staff. A big round of applause. They have been a wonderful host. Starting from making a WhatsApp group. Where is Saroj Babu? A big round of applause for Saroj Babu and Harichan ji. They have done lot of hard work to make, the program has to come this shape. Look at the flowers, the bouquets, and the food has been wonderful as it has been expressed by all. So this has been a huge success. Thank you very much. And I thank our team, Manoj, Madhav, Vishwajit, Those, they also have put up a lot of efforts. So this has come really good. Thank you very much. As you move out, weather god has now changed a bit. So do take care and reach your home safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I thank once again for your appreciation to NTPC, Talcher KANIHA. And before we end, a big round of applause for Directorate of Factories and Boiler, Deputy Director and Assistant Director of Angul Division for such a wonderful program. A big round of applause. With that, thank you so much everyone for joining us today for this state level workshop. Thank you everyone. Have a nice journey. Thank you so much. A announcement for the delegates. Those have not collected the certificates, it is available on our reception desk. They can collect it from there. Also, along with that, you kindly submit your feedback form and also collect your photograph, group photograph. It is for everyone. We have printed for everyone. Kindly collect your memory as a group photograph. Thank you so much.
And lastly, one round of applause for our SLI team members. They have been silently working so hard to make this happen, so meticulous. Thank you very much.